Arabic countries, or being from the north, I think people from the south are or the central or the west, they feel a little bit left out from the elections. But above everything else, I think Baba really would have stood a chance on winning this thing, and I would have wished him to win. I would have wished him all the best, but yaliyodore sipite. So let's I'm just looking forward on what next. What really next for Baba? What do we have? What is he coming to bring from next week, from tomorrow? What will the new tune begin? Or wimbo itakuwa gani, AU is gone, AU is done. 10 billion of our money has been spent. So I also want accountability on that part of how much money was spent. How was it spent? Why did we lose? Why did this? We need accountability on 10 billion, on which we are looking on a country where there is no ARVs, there are no condoms, the hospitals zinakaa venye zinataka. Like in Embu, there is a hospital that is actually falling, mabati ama the ceiling imeanguka. 10 billion could have done wonders. So we need accountability of the taxpayers' money. We need to know if that money would have actually been used on the right ways, Baba was using almost 10 million every day on private jets, which is very expensive. And the Djibouti candidate won without flying private jets every time. So we need accountability on the part of the government to stop overspending, or to stop affluence living. You can't be living affluently. And I also thank Baba one thing, because he went to Burundi and we saw how the State House in Burundi, or the office of the president in Burundi, looked so humble and the president actually looked very hardworking. He had working boots. So I think that's something to also learn on this AU campaign thing, like the humbleness on Burundi and our affluence, that the president could actually, in Kenya, can renovate 10 state houses at the same time when people are actually dying in the country, when we don't have roads. Barabara ya kutoka Mandera ipite Koturo, it's not working. So these are things that we need to look for as a nation. The affluence living of our so-called leaders and the misuse of taxes. It's a lot. 10 billion is a lot of money. Inaniuma, because I know that's my taxes, that's someone else's taxes. Hiyo ni ya mtu mwenye sha bado anaenda hospitali, can't pay, We are doing harambes every day because of kidney failures, heart diseases. We are doing harambes every time because of these issues. And the 10 billion Baba spent could have been used to install machines or to give people medical attention. So I'm just looking at what next, and also want to listen to more listeners. So back to you, Hilary.
Thank you, Wanjiru. You have mentioned so many things. The budget attached to it. One thing you said that maybe Baba could have won this seat, and we've seen, and also having also all leaders coming from the north. Maybe it is not. Is not organizing well with the African part of the country, but more so you're focusing in Kenya, whereby much money was used, and there's so many things that maybe people are lacking back home that money could have been used. And you said that maybe the other candidate was so humble. We didn't see him traveling a lot, like maybe the Raila Odinga, but we don't know. Maybe we didn't do our maths well. Maybe the guy was traveling a lot in the north. We never know that. But all in all, we want to hear you. What do you think, Oluwande? Grace, how are you doing today?
Hi, Hilary and everyone. I'm okay. So for me, to contribute to this topic that is here, first, I want to appreciate the fact that Raila tried, and although he did not win, he came back with the lessons that needs to be learned. First of all, my lessons in this AU bid was, I think whatever William Ruto and Raila Odinga was doing was PR campaigns that they usually do here in Kenya. And looking at even the launching of the AU bid, if I remember correctly, our president invited other presidents from East African countries, and they came. And Museveni gave his sentiments. Unfortunately, he just complained about Babu Owino. But yesterday, I did not see him voting. I don't know if I'm the one who did not see him, and I stand to be corrected on it. So I feel like we used a lot of money, and especially on the traveling and taking pictures and selling them online. So I think the other candidate mastered that this was a diplomatic um, campaign, but not a PR campaign. Secondly, I want to express my disappointment because you see, we had series of MPs going to Addis Ababa, and right now social media is key. So there's a picture that they were trying to paint. I don't know, even the Englishmen said, don't count your eggs before they hatch. So I tend to believe that our leaders are being misled. I don't know if they are having advisors who are not telling them really what is on the ground. I that is where I don't understand. So thirdly, I would suggest, from what we saw, we need to develop ourselves economically before we start thriving for international activities. If your economy is stable, you have a voice and you can sit and people listen to you. But the moment we are not working on our country, on itself, and we are striving to have other leadership internationally, I think that is misplaced priority, and it is uncalled for right now. Right now, what we need to do is to work on how we can stabilize our economy. Thirdly, looking at now what Raila should do. I think right now, I think God has given Raila an opportunity to listen to the voice of the people and not to political interests. And I feel right now he can really table turn this situation and help us fight on how we can develop our country and move the systems to work, as Vanjiru said, and even gave some saddening news about hospitals that are there that needs proper check. 10 billion is a lot of money. It is a lot of taxpayers' money. If at all we were able to divide that money among ourselves, people will go home with money that there is enough to feed them even for 10 or to 15 years. So that was a lot of money. So I think our president also is more of a politician, but not a leader. Because we can also identify that some sentiments he was making before that elections. We saw him tweeting some things and giving his views that may not interest Africa. Then you expect the African nation to vote for you. So I feel there is a lot of lessons that we need to learn about this issue. And also, we have to strategize. Actually, this was a very important week for me. And I think politically, we are going to change to a certain dimension. And I think we as Kenyans, it is a great opportunity to tell our leaders what we want. So I'll leave it at there and leave other people to also give their views. Thank you,
Thank
Hilary.
you so much, Grace, for that. And you said it was it's a wonderful week for you to reflect on some things. Yeah, guys, thank you so much. Go keep retweeting, keep also following each other all the time. That when we have all this conversation, um, other people can join. Today, I think majorly we talk about the AU bid, what happened, and the lesson we learned about that, and what is next. And then thank you so much for joining again. Welcome on board. I want to now give it to my guys. Weston, how are you doing?
I'm okay, Hilary. How are you doing?
Good, bro.
Thank you so much. Greetings to your audience.
Yeah,
Hillary,
greetings, bro.
great. If anybody is surprised by the outcome in Addis yesterday, and then they have not been following the events leading up to that disaster, they haven't, or they are not conversant with our history, because that loss, much as we may want to personalize it, it is a commentary on the Kenyan society. It's a commentary on our psyche. It's a commentary on our standing within the East African region, in Africa, and globally. And it's a commentary even on our education system. What are the things that we learn and people are taught in schools? Because it betrays our lack of history. You know, the whole campaign for the AU Commission, they're completely oblivious of history. But it does matter. And the rest of the continent was completely not amused at the way we conducted ourselves. The way we could even, as somebody said, call France and what, ignore even the genocide in Rwanda. We ignore everything and anything as if they don't. We ignore even apartheid in South Africa. We ignore the Gaza conflict. We ignore Ukraine, Russia conflict. We just ignored everything. And we thought people will just vote for us. No, not quite. So it's not just William Ruto. I see this kind of mindset among the Kenyan intelligentsia that we are a Eurocentric society. And when you have a Eurocentric society, you don't give much regard to Africa, to Djibouti. You will not care what Djibouti is and where they are and what have you, but they'll shock you. You don't care where Chad is. So we didn't even learn from history. In the same way we ignored Chad, we thought Chad was not such a big country. I mean, it would be a walkover. It wasn't a walkover. They took us to the cleaners. We didn't learn. Djibouti has taken us to the cleaners. And I'm afraid next time there's an election of this nature, we'll also be taken to the cleaners. We are so inconsequential that even Uganda, Yoweri Museveni did not even bother to go to Addis. Last time, Uganda also didn't support the Kenyan bid. I don't think Kagame supported us. So it's not enough to, take a swipe against this government. We have to reflect and, ponder, where are we headed as a country? Where are we headed? Are we really that important as we think we are? We are not. We're not important. Are we that consequential? We are not. Is it just enough to, thrive on this Kenyan exceptionalism? We're better than Tanzania, we're better than Burundi, we're better than Rwanda, is it enough, that Kenyan exceptionalism? What is the philosophy that guides our politics, our international relations? What is that kind of philosophy? What is our ideology? So now, we're waiting for Raila Odinga to come back home and start disrupting William Ruto. You can see the paucity of appreciation of what's going on is just continuing. Like, you expect him to come from Addis, reinvent himself, and start pointing out the excesses of this government as if he's not part of this government. Like, really? Am I missing something? Okay, you expect them to come back from Addis, ODM, or wherever, they come and lay claim to those positions that we think, as if they're not part and parcel of this government. Who thinks that these people are in the opposition, really? Who still believes? They have got ministerial positions that they don't deserve. So on what basis would they make a claim to those positions about majority word speaker? On what basis? I don't get it. On what basis will they make those claims? They've already been rewarded. Raila Odinga has been rewarded with a lot of money. You people are talking of a war chest that was used to campaign for him. Whose money was that? It was courtesy of who? So you want him to come back, reinvent himself, and start causing trouble to William Ruto? Like, really? There's no logic there. He's not going to do it. And if you people watch, politics is also about body language. If you watched these two individuals in the aftermath of that disaster, there's a camaraderie between them. Yeah, there's some kind of a bond out of this loss. And they are likely to build on this bond. I don't foresee them falling out. I don't. From where I'm seated, I don't see them falling out. If anybody is waiting for them to fall out and that fallout to propel them into the presidency, I've got a memo for them. They'll wait until grass starts growing under their feet. It's not going to happen. And that's the lack of philosophy I'm talking about. Our politics is about personalities, about this falling out with this. I listened to Kalonzo Musyoka. He's trying to separate the two of them. Sparing Raila Odinga some flack, and is very much heavy on William Ruto, as if this failed project was not a joint project, as if they did not take Kenyans for a ride jointly. But that language is somebody who anticipates Raila Odinga to join them and fight against William Ruto. What kind of politics is that? What kind of mindset is that? That, you are good to us because you fell out with the other person. It's not that you're good to us because of the vision you uphold, because of the ideology you uphold, because of the principles you uphold, because you will defeat the other person. We must get out of this politics, frankly speaking, and cherish integrity in our political life and public life. We must cherish integrity and robustly ask one another the tough questions, because if we don't, the other people will ask us. In Raila Odinga's campaign, I'm sure they didn't ask themselves the tough questions. How have they conducted themselves so far? How does history come to bear on their campaigns? And what are their chances? They did ask these questions, and those questions were asked by those who cast their votes. So, as a country, Hillary, we love echo chambers. You surround yourself with people who are, affirming your prejudice, affirming your parochialism, affirming your small-mindedness, affirming these things that you hold dear. You don't want to hang around people who will ask you difficult questions. But those questions are important, especially in political strategy, because then you can assess the capacity of your opponent and prepare accordingly. You cannot go to a gunfight with a rungu or a knife. You can't. That's what we're doing. You cannot go to a fight unless you appreciate the capacity of opponent. He's got long-range missiles. You're going there with a bunduki. Do you stand a chance? That's what we're doing. Or you can't ignore someone simply because you don't know them. Because you don't know Djibouti, or because Djibouti is a small country, it doesn't mean they are a walkover. Because you don't know Chad. You never heard of Chad. You never learned about Chad in school. Don't just assume it's a small and inconsequential country. Learn about Chad and prepare adequately. So, Hillary, we haven't learned from history. And I'm afraid we will continue making the same mistakes. Because if you listen to the commentators in the run-up to this election, they never prepared Kenyans for this loss. They didn't. Because everybody thought this thing is in the bag. But on what basis? Is it magic? Are you going to bribe people? Or on what basis do you conclude that this thing is in the bag? So the intelligentsia in Kenya, the media, anybody who thinks that they're important, they're an opinion shaper, they really let the country down, and they continue doing it because they avoid those tough questions, and it's all political correctness. So if you say Raila Odinga doesn't stand a chance of winning, it's like you hate him. It's like you're not patriotic. It's like you support the Djiboutian country. No, it can't be that parochial. It's not that parochial. It can't be that reductive. But here we have got another loss. And this loss shows that on the continent, we really have no face. We have no face. Yet, within the East African and the whole of Africa, Kenya is always considered as the anchor state. A big economy. The West loves the country. You can't mention Africa without Kenya. Academics in the West studying about Kenya ad nauseum. So it's a big country. It's an important country. But we're a midget. We can't even tell Rwanda what to do. We can't even tell Uganda what to do. We can't. Why? Because our political elite are very narrow-minded. They invoke Pan-Africanism for self-serving ends. It's a concept they bastardize. You're not a Pan-Africanist, but you claim you are. At home, there's no indication that you're a Pan-Africanist. Your political history does not indicate that you're a Pan-Africanist. The choices you make, hobnobbing with the French, inviting the French to hold their meetings in Nairobi with their former colonies, those kind of things. You're not a Pan-Africanist. Your reluctance to join BRICS, every other country is joining BRICS in Africa and in the global south, shows that you're not a Pan-Africanist. You're not. And the other African countries are seeing these things. They are. So you go to Addis, you assume that they don't know you, but they know you. You don't know yourself. That's where the disaster lies. So the political elite in Kenya will have to go back to the drawing board. What next? What next, Hillary? It will be the usual bickering that we're used to. Nothing to look forward to. The usual bickering, because the mindset is the same. Why would you ferry 100 plus politicians to go to Addis to do what? To make noise and disrupt other people's peace. I mean, you're a nuisance. Why would you do that? They come back, the same noise, because they lack finesse, they lack class, they are decadent. They don't know what patriotism means. They don't know what Pan-Africanism means. They don't care to learn and study Africa. They think as long as you get the approval of Muzungu in America, in Britain, in France, you're good to go. You're not good to go. You're not good to go. The world that we are going into next, this power will shift, and it's shifting into the global south. It's shifting very fast. People are still clinging to the empire, the British Empire, the American Empire, name it. They'll be rendered irrelevant. And I'm afraid the Kenyan political elite are still clinging onto the empire. They're still clinging onto the colonial master. They are not joining other countries in devising alternative forms of political organization and mobilization to change this power equation globally post-World War II. We're not doing that. We think China, no, they can't teach us anything. They can only give us money and we eat. We think forging alliances with South Africa and many other countries is not going to take us anywhere. We think Tanzania, because they speak Swahili, they're not important. Who tells you if somebody speaks Swahili has less brains than a person who speaks French or English? But that is the mentality of the Kenyan political elite. And it showed in Addis. We're licking our wounds, going back home. So it's not about Raila Odinga, if you're to ask me. It's not about William Ruto.
Okay.
It's about the Kenyan society. We have to go back to the drawing board and devise a philosophy of governance, period. Thanks, Hillary.
Thank you so much, Shialo. Abdi,
Thank you.
you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think Westin raised very important issues, and I will also cycle back from a comment from Dr. Mohisa Kitui, who says linguistic religious ties are a major controlling factor in AU chair elections, and he also said power blocks, historical alliances, economic interests, and geopolitical alignment also shape the outcome. I think what we have seen from this AU election is one, the Francophone unity was like a one block, and it was strategic, while the Anglophone nation often struggle with fragmentation. Having said that, I think there is a lot that come. What did Raila lose? I think why did he lose? I think one thing is very important that Westin also read. There is poor diplomacy and coalition building among our leaders. I think Africa politics has the biggest names. I think Kenya has the biggest name. It's who is the strongest network, I think. Kenya failed to secure a crucial backing of the Francophone Africa and the influential regional power as the influential regional power. I think that's one of them. The other thing is about look at our foreign service officers. No seasoned foreign service officer that was doing this campaign. You see, look at the same people Raila has been using over the years, and every time they are on this list, and they have been failing drastically. So it's not there was no seasoned foreign service officers that were doing so. And also the other factors that came to it, the growing waves of Kenyan activism did not sit quietly. They made sure Raila bid was scrutinized in light of Kenya deteriorating human rights records. All these are really happened. I think the other thing is Kenya domestic procurement were also on a full display. A country struggling with economic turmoil, public dissents, governance failures. All these were there. But the question is, what next? What happened next for Raila? I think he's right. It's not. I think as a Kenya is deeply fractured. Our political landscape is deeply fractured. His next move will define whether he remains relevant or fades away in the background. So I'll leave it there for now, but it will be explosive, I think, with the political marriage between UDA and ODM. A lot will shift, and a lot of changes will be there for sure. And we'll look at that lens. Over to you, Hillary.
Thank you so much. Abdi for that. Yeah, I saw Fabian then Justice for All. I've seen your hand. Fabian, how are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Yes, sir.
First, first ningependa kuzungumzia yale ambayo yametokea jana. Kwa upande wangu nafikiria tumejifunza mambo kadhaa, hususan wakati wa huu uchaguzi ambao umefanyika hivi punde. Kwanza unaona kumekuwa na ile sehemu ya kufeli upande wa kidiplomasia. Unapata katika zile appointment ambazo zimefanywa, wengi ambao wamepatiwa ile nafasi ya kuwakilisha mabalozi kuwakilisha nchi ya Kenya, unapata si wale watu ambao wana ule utaaluma au wamehitimu katika hii nyanja ya udiplomasia. Hivyo inakuwa vigumu kwa nchi kujaribu persuade wale wenzetu kutoka nchi jirani. Kwa mfano nimekuwa nikisikia fununu kwamba even our neighbor Tanzania hawakutupatia kura, so you can see how awkward the situation is ikikuja upande wa masuala ya sera za kigeni. Mwisho nikitamatisha, nataka sana hapa kutia msisitizo upande wa Raila Odinga, na nikifuatilia pia historia kidogo, nikifanya comparison between Raila Odinga na Ambassador Amina Mohamed. Ukiangalia ile campaign ambayo pia tulifanya wakati huo mwingine tukimtafutia Amina Mohamed kuchukua hii nafasi ambayo Musa Faki ambayo Musa Faki anaiondokea, ilikuwa ni kwamba campaign tulifanya vizuri. Ikikuja upande wa taaluma, Amina Mohamed alikuwa ni mtu mwenye amehitimu hususan katika hiyo nyanja, lakini bado unapata tulipoteza. Mwisho kwa Raila Odinga ambaye ni mzee ambaye nimempa heshima zangu kwa muda mrefu, lakini kuna kitu ambacho ningependa kusema, na kwa upande mwingine ni kama nitakuwa na mkashfu. Yeye kwanza kuenda katika huo uwanja haikuwa jambo zuri kwake, kwa sababu unapata wakati anaelekea upande huo, nchi ya Kenya ilikuwa iko katika hali ya ati. Kulikuwa na mihemko ya kisiasa, vijana wametoka barabarani, sera mbaya za katika nchi. Alafu unapata sasa yeye badala ya kusimama na nchi na kutetea hali ilivyokuwa, ukapata kwamba yeye alikuwa anaunga pia zile sera za kidhuluma ambazo serikali ilikuwa inasukuma. Kwa mfano wakati kulikuwa na hii issue ya SHA na Adani, unapata kwamba Adani licha ya kwamba ilikuwa ni kikundi ambacho kilikuwa kimepatikana na hatia katika nchi ya Amerika, unapata yeye alikuja akasema kwamba Adani ni kitu Adani na wenda zake ni watu ambao wanaweza fanya nchi kuendelea mbele, licha ya kwamba ilikuwa inajulikana kwamba ilikuwa ni njia ambayo wandani kwenye hii serikali walikuwa wanapanga kuibia wa Kenya. Kumekuwa na maandamano ya Gen Z ambaye yeye kwa mara mingi amekuwa akiongoza vijana kuenda maandamano, na katika ya maandamano wengi wamekuwa wakipoteza maisha. Lakini unapata mwisho wa siku wakati vijana wamejitokeza na wamemwambia sasa, mzee wewe kaa kando, we fight, just step aside, we fight for our country, unapata sasa yeye amekuwa mstari wa mbele tena kukuja kuzuia. Kwa upande wangu naweza mpatia musika huyu Raila Odinga sifa ambazo ni chanya, kwa sababu ni kwa upande wake, upande mwingi wao wanamuita kwamba ni mtu mwenye amepigania demokrasia, lakini kwangu, kwa upande wangu naona ni mtu mbinafsi. Ni mtu ambaye msimamo wake hajai kuwa mtu wa msimamo, ni mtu mwenye kukua mgeugeu, si mtu mwenye kuweka ahadi. Na nikisema mtu mwenye si kuweka ahadi, naweza mchukulia kwa rafiki yake, kama kwa mfano huyu Kalonzo Musyoka ni mtu mwenye amesimama na Raila kwa muda, lakini unapopata nafasi chache zinapotokea, kwa mfano katika bunge sasa, utapata kwamba nafasi zote yeye na chama chake amejipatia. Siwezi kusema kwamba ni mtu mwenye ana hali ya kujinyima ama kupigania mtu mwingine. Ni mtu mwenye amejaa ubinafsi, na kwa upande wangu pia mimi nitakuwa naweza sema kwamba kwa upande wangu nafikiri ni lesson ambayo Raila amejifunza, ingawa amejifunza wakati miaka imeenda. Historia yake hata ukiangalia 1995 kule kulikuwa Thika, utaangalia licha ya kwamba kulikuwa na mwongozo katika kile chama ambacho baba yake alikuwa amemwachia, bado alikuwa ni mtu mwenye hangetulia sehemu moja kuhakikisha kwamba ile nafasi ya wale wengine kuongoza mbele ingekuwa inachukuliwa na mtu mwingine. Ukapata kwamba alileta furugu na alikuwa makamu wa rais Michael kijana wa Malwa. Ukaangalia 2005 ndio wamechaguliwa tu na rais Mwai Kibaki, furugu ikakuja 2005, ndio huyo msuko wa kisiasa 2007 2008 post election violence. Tumekuja, hiyo yote ni historia ambayo licha ya kwamba mnasema ni mwana wa mapinduzi, kwa upande wangu naweza sema ni mtu binafsi. Naweza sema asante sana kwa Afrika, kwa sababu kwa yule mtu ambaye ana msimamo, mtu ambaye sacrifice for anything for anybody unless ni yeye, that is good riddance. Sina mengi ya kusema Hilary, asante kwa kupata nafasi hii.
Ubarikiwe sana Fabian, na tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Abdi, usema.
Asante sana Fabian, and for those joining us late, I see a couple of people joining us. Welcome to the State of Nation. I just want to reaffirm, we are just karibuni tonight. We are diving into one of the most pivotal moments in Kenyan political landscape. I think is the resounding rejection that has happened in Addis Ababa for Raila Odinga bid for Africa Union Commission chairmanship, and what it means for our country. It is leadership and the shift in power dynamic at home and across the continent. This is not about one individual. It's about a defining moment for Kenyan place in Africa. What message did the continent send? And what does the loss reveal about the current administration standing? And importantly, where does this leave Raila politically as the battle for future intensified? So I'll welcome the next speaker. Welcome Chelsea and the rest, and we go ahead.
Okay, Justice for All, go ahead. Then I see Weston Anthony is also here. Yeah.
Thank you, Hilary. Thanks, Abdi, and it's usually a challenge to speak after Weston. He did cover quite a bit of what I wanted to look at, but I just wanted to really underscore that we've been here since 2001. This is going to be the fifth chair of the African Union Commission. And it's worth noting that out of those five, it's only one, and I believe that's the Zuma, believe it's Nkosazana, that is from the Anglophone, as it were. All the other four have been from the French-speaking countries. I think I just wanted to underscore a few data points before I make my point. And I want to say that because I want to identify with what Abdi shared from Mukisa Kitui, which I also did read his argument. And part of his argument is that the way the continent is designed right now, in terms of the voting pattern, the Francophone are going to continue winning because there's already an implicit bias in the way the things are structured. And we can tell from the data point that I've just given that out of five, we've only had one. And by the way, the one that is identified from Anglophone is a very French speaker. And that's a very key point that I wanted us to take note of. The second point that I wanted to underscore is that this is not the first time that we are here. And I think most of you have addressed it. This is the second time Kenya is presenting a candidate. Of course, we did it in 2017. And of course, now we did in 2025. The reason as to why I'm bringing this up is so that we understand that this is not about a candidate, it's about a country. And I'll tell you why. If it were about the candidate and the regime of the day, then chances are then maybe would have had a different outcome in 2017. But guess what happened? In both situations, we came second. Let me tell you why this is important to take note of as we look at what happened at the AU. Coming second, and I'm sure you all followed the number of rounds we went up to the time we finished the sixth round, where we ended up at Raila being at 46%, and of course Mahmoud being at 54%. And I did do my math. I can tell you that the numbers began by like Raila in the first two rounds. Of course, leading to the third round, things started shifting. The shifting, the reason that's why I want to bring the concept of the shifting, it's in relation to what happened with the letter that came from the SADC. The pattern, if you followed, very clear. Sorry, my son keeps following me around. Uh, okay, sorry, guys. So the way this went, I felt like those of you kept reading, what did we have as solid behind us? Was around 21, 22 countries that I was supporting. And I can tell you that's where we ended. Anybody who thought that this was going to be an outright win is obviously did not follow the patterns and everything that was going on. We thought it's going to be competitive and maybe, just but maybe, SADC was going to come through for us as a country and be able to win. But of course, the dynamics changed, and I think Western did address the aspect of how we failed diplomatically as a country in terms of our foreign relations and in terms of the non-alignment, the Gaza issue, the causing around with the West and all that kind of stuff. And that brings me to my third point, which is about our weak foreign policy. And that's among the things that I think we need to look at, that it's not reflective of a candidate. I don't know whether we presented Hillary, whether we presented Abdi or Anthony. I don't really think we are going to have a different outcome, because the dynamics, the way things are looking at right now, I don't feel that the continent has really looked deeply into this issue of whether it's the French speaking, which are really doing a very good job in moving as a bloc, or the English speaking, as it were, being labeled. And then we come to the point of now, the aspect of the war, obviously, brought in a very dangerous aspect, which is always ignored. And that's the aspect of a possibility of religion playing a role in this. I'm sure this is very discomforting for me to mention, but I can tell you, when you are a president of a country, and I'll mention this, and I mentioned what Musa Faki said after Ruto issued a statement in support of Israel when it came to the aspect of what was going in of course, the Gaza Strip with the Hamas and Israel. When Ruto came out to align what Faki did, he actually, I think the same day or the day after, issued a contra statement that spoke volumes to me. And I think it did play a role in terms of we are not standing as a country against the powers that be, which are influencing and maybe trying to control our continent, but we look like we are the puppets of the West. And I think one gentleman here did address the aspect of the visit to Washington and being labeled as the non-NATO ally, and all those. Those are things that cannot be ignored in playing a role when it comes to the country and the influence that we are having. I think I had a last point before I got distracted by my son. The other point now I just wanted to make is that as we move forward, really, we need to start thinking very critically on how we relate with our neighbors, how we relate with the rest of the member states, and exactly what kind of alliances we're going to build. What does that mean for Raila? I don't know. I really don't know. I think they are going to go all the way with Ruto to the very end. I don't think It's those who are expecting that he's coming home to help you fight the regime of the day. I think that's in my opinion, that's a foregone conclusion. The candidate from Djibouti, a country of less than 1.2 million, which that's like less than a what? Kiambu or something like that. Came in strong. Chadi, the same thing. Could it be that there's also that kind of tendency for people to feel like let's come together, wale ambao tunaonekana kama sisi ndio wanyonge, and then kind of come together even so that we are not dominated by these countries that are looking like they're big and all that. I don't know. But the point I'm making is that this is, in my opinion, a loss for the country. I know Abdi has shared this, and people have said that maybe the Gen Z movement and the turmoil in the country, the lack of governance, domestic issues may have played a role. I would respectfully say that I don't think so. I just feel like this is more geopolitical and the issue to do with how this continent is structured, and that is where we're having a big challenge. So we have to think deeply, and the continent has to also think through all this based on what we have enough data points to look into. Thank you, Hilary and Abdi. Appreciate the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Justice. Thank you, Justice, for the candid presentation. Actually, I agree with you. There is a lot of factors that came to play. And, there is a factor also behind the background that I just got to know is about. The bid was started by Megan White, a previous Kenyan ambassador, U.S. ambassador, with Biden administration, and a lot of things that happened there. But these are conspiracy. But if you look at the facts also, it's something that was really coming about to cool down political temperature. However, that said, I think I also agree with you the part of diplomacy. I think the AU bid was never about, I would say, diplomacy. It was a staged performance, an expensive public relations stunt meant to serve political elite interest rather than the country's strategic future. I think what we witnessed was not well executed foreign policy initiative, but a chaotic, I would say, self-indulgent, people flying in out of Addis Ababa, wasting public resources with reckless abandon. It was a campaign driven by arrogance, not strategy, more of a political exodus plan for Raila Odinga than genuine push for leadership on the continent. I think you have seen when the letter of Sadiq came out on the weekend. Was it on Friday? And the Foreign Affairs Minister, PSA, it's not a cause for alarm, when actually it was really a cause for alarm, that letter. I think from the start, as we said, the signs of failures were glaring. I think the government treated the AU seat as if it was a domestic appointment to be handed over at will, ignoring the reality that there is a continental diplomacy is built on relationship credibility and, as Westin says, a strategic alliance. I think somebody was telling me Djibouti is a small nation, much smaller than Kenya, but they mounted a professional, issue-based campaign. They emphasized diplomatic alliance. They did a very quiet negotiations, strategic lobbying, while Kenya relied on sheer bravado, assuming that historical role in the EU and loud proclamation of regional dominance were enough. And this is what has failed. And there was a big noise in, there's a guy who is joining us from Addis shortly, and he said it was noisy and messy even before the election. All the streets were loud. There was all Kenyan songs being played. So I think the result, not just a loss, but is a humiliation. Kenya was outplayed in the simplest diplomatic game. Instead of securing an influential position for the country, this administration has made Kenya look unserious about diplomacy, unserious about governance, unserious about global influence. But perhaps this failure carries a silver lining. This is a stark reminder that Kenya cannot afford to play the global politics the same way as we play domestic politics, through patronage, entitlement, and wishful thinking. I think real diplomacy requires groundwork, alliance, credibility. If government does not learn from this failure, I think Kenya will be sidelined on the global stage. And the people will keep paying the same price for leadership that prioritizes political survival over national dignity. So having said that, I will hand over the mic to Dr. Milton to do his opening statement. Over to you, Dr. Milton. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Milton.
Thank you so much.
I want to be very brief because I am down with the flu. But there is every every indication that this was not about diplomacy. It was not about international relations. For the reason that the timing was not proper. You do not present a candidate of the stature of Raila Odinga at a time when this administration's first foreign policy statement was a major goof. When William Ruto spoke about the Western Sahrawi, and I think let us not forget about that. And then it comes down to the Gaza Israel situation, and then to non-NATO ally. So when you look at all these factors, and then predicate everything against the realities of domestic politics, then it was bound to be unsuccessful. It doesn't matter who you bring out. But I think there's also something else that we need to highlight here, and that is the trustworthiness of the current head of state. If at home you have millions of Kenyans who feel that the president cannot be trusted with his word, how do you expect at the international level for people to trust that Kenya is actually well meaning for a position that is as influential as the AUC chairmanship? So I think overall, this is a wake up call, but not just a wake up call, but also a statement that Kenya is probably in a position where the entitlement, our influence in international politics and diplomacy is actually a bad joke. We are entitled to some level of influence that clearly we do not have. If Djibouti could mount a campaign successfully against the person of Raila Odinga, trust me, it is sad to imagine that someone of the stature of Raila Odinga can lose a continental position. That is telling. And I think right now is a time for us to recalibrate ourselves, for us to, like Abdi has said and others before, that domestic political dynamics have nothing to play when it comes to diplomacy and international relations. And therefore, I do believe strongly that Kenyans have won because a lot of Kenyans believed that this was not for Kenya, and that should be any other civilized democracy. This government should have been able to apologize to the Kenyan people. And I think Kenyans must now move and demand for accountability for the billions that have been spent in this campaign, because I don't think that what may have been appropriated has actually been used in the way that it was supposed to be used. Knowing this government and knowing the history of this administration, I want to conclude by saying this: time has come that now Kenyans must redefine the way forward, away from some of the players that have been there for the longest in terms of our politics. That is the statement that we are getting. That is the message that is loud and clear. And the incompetence of our foreign um, relations people, the people in charge of our diplomacy, as was articulated by that letter, that response of the to the letter from SADC, is telling. We do not have people who understand diplomacy, and all we do is just thump and a false sense of entitlement that has been called out in the most shameful, embarrassing manner, as we saw in Addis. And it is just my hope that everybody will now stand on the right side of history and be able to shape our politics as we move forward and get the country on the right path. there is a lot to do. There is a lot of work that needs to be done as we are right now. So I want to leave it at that. And I thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. And I wish everybody a good time. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Milton, for that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. Feel welcome on board again. At this point, pressure point is here. We're discussing about the state of the nation and AU bid. What next in our country going forward? Being that we didn't win the seat that we were thinking that maybe one of us will be one of the leaders of Africa. I see you, Redemptor. I see you, many people here. Welcome, Nyamisa, and many people who are here. Feel welcome and come on board. Let us share this idea. Anthony, go ahead and Ronyo.
Thank you, Hillary, and everyone on the team up there. I don't think this was anything to do with internal dynamics in the Kenyan political scene. Neither was it anything to do with proclamations that Ruto has done. We need to realize one thing. Kenya will always align with the United States of America. They are one of our biggest donors. They're one of the nations that really stand with us in terms of internal politics and even the stability we have in the region. So Kenya will always align with the US. So when the US says they support Israel, Kenya will echo that. Why? Because we are the strongest economy in our region. When it comes to the AU chairmanship seat, the reason Kenya has always put a candidate forward is because we want to break that ceiling. Why? Because this seat has always gone to the Francophone speaking nations. Okay? And that informs you why Uhuru Kenyatta fielded an Islamic candidate who was Amina, Ambassador Amina, and Amina was highly qualified. But Uhuru understood that Francophone nations actually get funding from France to mount a campaign. And the reason Francophone nations end up getting this seat is one, because they need one of their own there because of the instability in those regions. Okay, so they'll always vote as a bloc. Okay, but the only candidate who has ever won that seat who was not from a Francophone speaking nations was Zuma's wife. No other person has done that. So let's remove, I don't know, the Gen Z movement, Ruto, there's nothing like that. We were simply trying to see whether we can break that ceiling of, always the Francophone countries winning this thing. So it was nothing to do with our internal politics. There's no blunder Ruto did. I might not like the guy, but there's nothing he did. In fact, he did his best to try and get his candidate through. But I believe, one, he fielded the wrong candidate. If you look at the candidate who won, that guy was heavily qualified, overqualified for that seat. So we did not feel the candidate who was strong enough. One, Baba is a politician. If you want anyone to go for that seat, don't field a politician. So Ruto did play his cards wrong for that. But on the way forward, which is to me is what should be the discussion, I put that wrongly. What is dear to me is, where do we, as the young people in this country, what do we learn? I'll give Baba one thing. Baba took Kasamol for that trip. Baba took Gaucho for that trip. The exposure he's giving those young people in his team is commendable. Like him or hate him, but he knows how to nurture people. I'll dislike him, but I'll give him that. Like, he knows how to nurture people. The exposure the team he took there, the young ODM guys who want to be the next politicians, the exposure they get there will be immense. They will learn about, the dynamics of global regional politics and all that. But to bring that home, I know not many people know, but Orengo became an MP at 29 years old. And he was taken to parliament by Raila Omolo Odinga's father. Eugene Wamalwa became an MP at 28 years. Kalonzo in his 20s, Ruto in his 20s, Kabando in his 20s. What am I trying to say here? What is the pattern you are seeing here? That every time Kenya underwent a revolution kind of takeover, young people were able to go into parliament. I want to say, and I hope it does not become for us young people in this generation, that will be the first people who took on the powers that be, but never transitioned into parliament. So what we should be talking is, how do we young people who have been very vocal in politics, because clearly we have an understanding for it, how do we take advantage of this current political discord? Because that window is closing. That window is closing, and it's closing very quickly. Shall we be the first generation that made a stab for governance, but missed the mark? You know, we are talking about Raila missing the mark. When it was his time, Raila ended up in parliament. When it was Ruto's time, when he was our age, 29, 28, he ended up in parliament. Kalonzo Musyoka ended up in parliament. Kabando Akabando, parliament. Orengo, parliament. Oscar Sudi, call him whatever you want to, he was in parliament in his 20s. This entire parliament has learned how to seize an opportunity. Shall we be the first people who made a stab for it, but never captured parliament? And I don't say, when I say capture, I don't say what we did on 25th June. I mean, get into the governance of this nation, where we start legislating, where we start saying, this is what we were fighting for. When you look at our history, when the likes of Mother Karua, Orengo, Shikuku the late, Matiba, when they went for parliament in 1992, against very, very draconian laws, they managed to get into parliament as MPs. And what did they do? They say, we are here because we want to repeal Section 2A. We want to finish with Mlolongo, and we want Kenya to be a democratic state. And they were able to repeal Section 2A in 2002. Okay? In 2002, there was another uprising. What happened? We ended up with Kibaki being the most elder person in that struggle, who had started way back with Akina Shikuku. But Kibaki came in with a slew of young people. Balalas, Eugenes, all of them, a slew of young people, Kabando, these guys who were in university, all of them entered parliament. Kina Charity Ngilu with NAK Kenya. As we say, Baba has failed the AU seat, that guy has lived his life. He doesn't even need the job. What can we learn as young people? Shall we bear the brunt of being the first people who had a window open for them, and instead of converting that window into leadership, we became talkers instead of becoming doers? And I'll come back again as I land. I say, Ruto will go, yes. But Ruto will only go if our ability to work as a team, to bring our heads together, to bring our minds together, to bring this leverage we have of technology that propelled an Argentina guy to presidency, that dropped a government in Bangladesh, that propelled another guy in, I think it's Vietnam, into the presidency. Today, as we speak, the guys who want to run for chancellor in Germany are talking to Elon Musk. Why? Because people are realizing the power of social media in these coming elections. Okay? So shall we be the first people who are more of talkers than the people who sat down and said, okay, we are the most informed generation on planet Earth. If you look at the amount of information we consume solely based on technology, it is amazing. But how do we convert this information, this data pool we have, this brilliance we have, and start saying, how do we become change makers? Because that is the conversation we need to be having. Whether Raila succeeded or he failed, the guy is in his twilight years. But what about us? Shall we make it to parliament and we rewrite laws? If we are the majority, we can rewrite laws and say, now this is the Kenya we envision. A Kenya where we want leaders elected on these merits. A Kenya where leaders can say, we don't need to earn sitting allowances. We don't need to earn per diems to visit our constituencies. Our salary is overrated. Our judiciary needs to be restructured in this form and that form. We had a generation that got our independence, another generation that got us a multipartyism, Another generation that got us what Kebake brought to us, an open economy. During Kebake's time is when people knew about the stock exchange, and Kebake showed people what good governance looks like. Then somewhere along the ball, we saw Uhuru, hate him or like him, but Uhuru showed us infrastructure. The guy has done infrastructure projects that we, whether you like him or not, he has done it. Built dams, built highways that we never thought would be built. I remember going to Kampala with a bus, and guys were opening their mouths. Look at Kenya. Uganda just did one of their major highways the other day, and Tanzania is coming in closely. The only person we cannot say we can pinpoint something that they have done is William Ruto. But William Ruto has managed to show people the importance of proper governance, because he has showed us everything bad with poor governance. So as I land, I'll say, going forward, is it incumbent on us as the Gen Zs and the millennials and the Gen Zs to say, okay, enough of us marking these old people, because that is what we are doing. We want to say, where did Raila fail? What is Ruto doing wrong? Why are we marking them? Can we be the generation that says, this is what we want, and this is how we are going to get it? Then we start discussing around that idea. I'm perturbed that Gachagua would get out of parliament as the vice president, and in less than 2 months, the entire republic is talking to him. A guy who never leaves his home. But look at the ability he has to bring people, to discuss a solution, to tell people, this is the problem. We know our problem, but this is the future. Generally, people want to hear more solutions than complaints. Can we start talking about how do we change this republic as the young people? We are not here to mark bad governance. We already know it's paining us. Can we start talking about how do we change this republic of ours?
Thank you.
That is the conversation I would be very happy to have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anthony. I think I will disagree with you on certain aspect. I think as a good student of history, I think you cannot ignore the critical factors that played into Raila's unsuccessful bid for the AU chair. They are all written on the wall, on the continental stage. His campaign did not align with the dynamic shifts. Many African leaders prefer candidates who fit their economic and political interests. Raila did not command a broad enough, whatever. So all this, however, I think is important to acknowledge. The other thing you cannot really brush aside is Raila's influence. However you feel he's polarizing, but his influence spanning decades has shaped Kenyan democratic struggle, the opposition politics, governance reform. And he has, despite even if he's polarizing or whatever, he has a big base and a lot can happen in parliament. A lot of changes that you talk about governance can happen in both houses. Having said that, I'll hand over the mic to you, Hillary, and then we can hear from the
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anthony. I think that your last statement is very key. That what is our next step and what is next for us. We are seeing all these things happening and everything is happening. I might be we disagree in opinion how we see things, but what you have said clearly. How are we coming in now? And make sure that things work for us the way we want, not the way they want. Ronyo, go ahead, then Anna, then Malia. I see you've been here for a while. It is important to go in that order. Yes, Ronyo. Then
Thank
Anna,
you
then
so much,
Malia.
Eden.
Yeah, and when you're giving a submission, let me make this disclaimer that that the other speakers will come want to also to share their ideas. It's very important as we converse. Yes, Ronyo, go ahead.
Hillary and Abdi. I appreciate. I like to agree with what Abdi said and disagree a little bit with Anthony. Because as you're looking to what went on in yesterday in Addis, there's something that we cannot really mean in terms of if I was to be in a position where I was to interview the two gentlemen. Of course, the guy Mahmoud from Djibouti, the guy was qualified. He really had the qualification. If it was to based on not even having to consider this guy comes from my country, the other one comes to from a foreign country. The guy from Djibouti had all the qualifications for the position. And the other thing, I agree with Abdi and many other who said that the part that President Ruto played had a lot to do with the result, because you look at, there is a question, President, there's a question that I think Sophia, she's called Sophia McCoy, I think McCoy or something. She's from a journalist. She asked a question, and that tweet got 2 million views. She asked a very good question. How do you want us? How do you? Why do you want Africa to consider you for the position of AU, where we cannot provide answers for the abduction that are going on in your country? Those kind of, and the social media, because some of them, they were saying social media cannot do anything, and we had even it is Ruben Kiborek. He was saying that those people who are making noises in social media, it will not do anything. So the voices that people made, and the things that people are discussing, you look at AU, 80% of their funding comes from external, the European Union and the rest. And of course, they will have a say in what will happen, and who goes into that seat. And if Raila was to go in there, and we have somebody who is fronting him, and there's a lot of, let's say it was like a misfortune. He came at a very bad time when our country is facing a lot of challenges when it comes to governance. There's no accountability. You look at when Mahmoud was going to Addis, I think he was being accompanied by only 4 people. But you see, our people, they went there, almost 300 people. I was in another space with a guy called Kennedy. And one guy from Addis was complaining because our people they were going into a hotel and they would make noise, shout. People were not having peace. I don't know, that he was saying in some place they would close. They were interfering with the motorists, with the traffic. So you look at the kind of behavior and arrogancy and that we are demonstrating out there, and you expect the result to be otherwise. And there was a guy, I think he's MP from this MP called Kimpuri, who was saying that we spent close to 13 billion on this. So you go to these people and you are giving them money for them to favor your candidate. Yes, probably they will take this cash, but they will say, if you're giving us this and you have all these problems happening in the country, how do you want us to consider you? But you look at this other guy, probably you never saw. Yes, their country has problem and all that, but you never saw their president going all over, or having all these ministers accompanying the guy all over the continent trying to campaign for him, because there are things that should be given more priority. But our president, yes, should have supported Raila Baba, but in the shadows, like, yes, give him all the support, but don't show off every other place, because I think, in as much as we may want to disagree, this had to do a lot with cleaning the image of President Ruto, and he wanted to be seen that he's the guy pushing Raila out there, so that when it comes right now, you listen, when you're listening to his foot soldiers, they are saying that Baba should support Ruto because he owes him, and that's one thing that Ruto knows how to play very well. He makes sure that people owes him, so that when he comes back maybe in 2027, he will start telling people, you saw, I went all over. I gave out the all the support that Baba wanted. Now it is his time to support me. And you heard him saying some other time that he supported Baba until he got the position of prime minister. It is him who did that. You saw it during the time of Uhuru. He said, "I supported you guys, Mount Kenya, you guys, so that you got the presidency. It is our time. It is your time, guys, to support me." Now this is the same thing he's going to use. And I heard even Cherargei saying now the Azimio guys should support the Kenya Kwanza, because the Kenya Kwanza government has supported Raila in his bid for AU chairmanship. So this is all this that we are trying that they are trying to push, and all this political conmanship. It is not serving the interest of Kenyans. It has nothing to do with with the people of Kenya. You see, the government came to a stop for almost 2 days. These people had actually prepared a place to celebrate. They had booked in advance, and at the expense of us. When schools, most of the university students are dropping out because the funding model is not working. When there is a problem with health and all that, but these people don't care about that. The only thing they care is to show off and go, all of them, almost 300 of them, and use our taxes at the expense of the poor people in Kenya, but they don't care about that. So when the result came out, I was very happy, because at least some of them have to go and sit down and rethink on what they're supposed to do. Hopefully, if they will never think about that. So thank you so much, Hilary and Abdi, and God bless you.
Great, Ronyo. Thank you so much for your sentiments. I see you. Hey, Hannah, go ahead, and then Malia. Redemptor, I see you. Welcome on board. But Hannah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Am I audible?
Yep, and Malia
Thank
after
you.
you.
Anthony, I'm very, very sorry to tell you that when people go to such events, normally they go to benchmark, they go to sell to take cards so that you talk with those people afterwards. But our fellow Kenyans went there to make noise. So you can just imagine. Hakuna kitu natoka hapo nayo. You actually have to go with your card, your business card. You have to go talk to those people, understand what they really are talking about. The problem is, first and foremost, the French and Arab countries, they do not know anything about East Africa. And East Africa doesn't even seem to want to know anything about the Arab or the French countries in the West. So the thing that they are looking mostly in about the East African, which most of the time they do not get to understand, it's the culture. We do not have a culture in the eastern part. So especially in Kenya, we do not have. That's why we are so close to United States. So whenever they are looking and they see that you do not have a culture, they just dismiss us. And then the second thing is the tradition, which we have actually lost most of it, apart from the Maasai community. So at the end of the day, we have nothing to talk to them about because it's not a business information agenda. So if you look at the possibility of what they were looking for, it was not a politician. They want somebody who's neutral, who's going to take that post. They want somebody who's honest. They want somebody who's not biased. They want somebody who's going to respect the choices of the member states. They want somebody who's going to represent Africa in deals and treaties when they are going to sign with the European Union and the American, the Chinese. They want somebody who's going to protect African resources. They really want Africa to have a beautiful trade within itself first. They want somebody who's going to establish security within Africa. They want somebody who's going to protect a better life of all the Africans in the country, in the continent. So you see, things like those are very important, and they are lacking in our country as we speak. And the worst is even the fact that the president was there to hold the hand of Raila. That was not, it was okay. He angeenda chini ya maji, but he had to show, even had to go with him in the motorcade, so that he, like a chaperone, and it is so it's like a baby. Come, step here, kanyanga hapa, tembea pale, kula hii, fanya hii. It's just so. The man is old, yes, but he was looking like a baby. Actually, shikililia huyu simu, hata kushikililia simu, he can't even hold it. Yeah. Anyway, let me just say a little bit. So what came out from that is that we do not know what is going on in the West Africans, in the North Africans, and in the South Africans. And we have no representation in the in the United Nations. So what we have to do is do our level best to go and take those small places like the GPOs, the junior professional officers. We have to go for them. That way we get to mingle with these people. We get to know how they are thinking. We get to know how they are resolving their own problems. Like the way Kenyan resolve their problem is not the same way Ethiopia is going to resolve the same problems, which is always going to have problems because of the two communities in Ethiopia. So we have to really manage to get to know this, because we are so much into our own cocoon, and that's why we are fighting so much, even our fellow brothers like Tanzania and Uganda, that we do not understand. Even we are surrounded by countries which are in wars all the time, and yet we are we are the president. We have the president who is supposed to take care of the Eastern African countries as we speak. So a country like Congo, when it's really crying the way it is crying, and we have we can't even go and talk to these people, find a solution to cease fire fast before we sit down with these people and put them into separate rooms and get to talk to them. It's just so how can you manage then a whole continent? How? So these are the things that we can assume that it's not important because it's not seen, but it is seen. Not only is it seen inside the country, but it's also seen outside the country. And so when a Kenyan stands and just say that I present Raila, it just does not make the right person to stand for that place. It was too short, the timing. It was just too uncouth for the moment. The person is not okay. He's known as a politician, but not really as a person who's going to manage a continent. So I will leave it to that, and I hope my points are clear on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that, and we really appreciate you. Your sentiments are the same. Well, let me hear Malia. Malia, how are you? I know we'll give you a mic. Don't worry, guys. We are here. Yes, Malia, go ahead.
Hilary,
Hi.
thank you, Hilary and Abdi, for the space. Greetings, comrades, fellow patriots. Well, one thing I'm really happy about is that in my entire lifetime, I have never seen Baba concede. He's always rejected results and always has a sullen face. But yesterday I saw him at the Sheraton Hotel dancing. He was very happy, he was very upbeat, and he conceded in a very pleasant manner, which is something those of us who were his supporters, we were not used to seeing. What I know about Raila Odinga is that he's not really a follower. So this is why, in my understanding, Ruto decided, because if you ask me, I don't think that it was this whole AUC chairman thing was really initiated by Raila. It was initiated by Ruto so as to get rid of, to find something for Raila to do out there so that he can get out of Ruto's way. That was the strategy. But unfortunately, that's not how things have gone. So now the second path is a path of obligatory reciprocation, whereby you're obligated to reciprocate the favors. You as a community, Luo community, Coast community, I gave you an MP, I gave you a CS, I took your ODM chairperson to the AUC, I gave him all this money. So you're obligated to vote for me in the coming elections, because how Ruto operates is exactly how Moi used to operate, because he's a protege of Moi. So he's looking at how he can be able to carry on in spite of doing nothing and achieving nothing and being extremely incompetent, because that's how Moi was. He was not achieving anything. He had no clue about what he's doing, but he learned how to manage tribal kingpins, raise tribal kingpins, and then manage them so that they can manage the populace. And that's exactly what it is. So unfortunately, managing Raila Odinga is a very difficult, particularly when he's now not preoccupied somewhere else. So as much as people are dismissing the whole thing and thinking that Raila Odinga is not going to do anything other than just follow Ruto, I don't think that's going to be the case. And even why he really stuck with Uhuru, of which the way he was behaving when he was with Uhuru is like they were equals. He was not behaving like he's at the behest of Uhuru. He wanted the BBI so that they can be a prime minister position for him. And at the end of the day, of course, Uhuru was supposed to back him up for the presidential seat instead of reciprocating, feeling obliged to reciprocate the support that he got from Rift Valley through Ruto. So I don't think people are really misguided to think that he'll shake things up when he comes, or rather, already he's come back. He's now no longer in AUC, so it's just a matter of time. He'll become restless. You know, he's a contrarian and he's a revolutionary. And even during when at one point when this abduction saga had really picked up, you could see he knows that he should shut up, because all those positions he was given, and this AUC thing was just a shut up thing so that he can shut up. And the guy at one point he spoke against the abductions, and he's supposed to have what he's been done for Beruto is supposed to shut him up, but sometimes he can't just help himself. He has to come out. So we are back to square one with Ruto. Ruto must find a way of how to deal with Raila, because eventually Raila is going to be a problem for him, and there is no way in hell. I am almost 100% that Raila is going to back him in 2027. If he's not going to, himself is not going to stand, he will probably field someone. That's what I think. I don't see him under any circumstances supporting Ruto for 2027, regardless of what he does or how many CS positions he might go along, but he's not going to support him eventually. And even during this period now between 2025 2027, he may not be as quiet. And I think Ruto saw this, and he saw, because you see now when he saw Gen Z, and he saw that what if Gen Z was to unite with the opposition? I'll have a very hard time. So that's why he took, after of course bribing all the other MPs who are there, and they moved to his side, who are in parliament. Now he needed to manage the ones who are outside. And if you see, that's the current trend that he has. He's following the people who have some consequence, who are outside. They're not in parliament, and they're not governors or anything. They don't have an office. What I can say about, somebody has said that Kenya, we don't have a culture. Kenya, we have a culture. We have a culture of impunity. We have a culture of this rowdiness in groups, because we are not used to having free and fair elections, first of all. And like in the AUC, every country has a vote. So it's not a matter of how many people are going to come with you. Even if you come with 500 people, every country has one vote. So you only have one vote. So even if you carry all the parliamentarians, but the Kenyan culture, especially among the politicians, is that, when we are in a group setup, like when they went to The Hague, we have to go with people. If we go with people, then it looks like we are winning, or we can fake it, fake it until you make it. So we just come together. That culture is something that is in Kenya. If you saw it in The Hague, they were also going with a group of people, So it's like, if you create this impression that, we are big group, we are here, that already makes you a winner somehow. So that's also what was done in The Hague. And okay, whatever happened in The Hague, the case never went anywhere. And at the back of, that impunity, let's just call it impunity, because that is what those leaders, those are our leaders. Those are the leaders we voted for by and large. So what does it say about Kenya? You know, that we are not professional. If these are the most elite members of our society whom we chose, what does that say about us as a country? That they're going there, they are rowdy, they are causing traffic jam, they are making noise, you know, they have no code of conduct, they, you know, and that is where even the other leaders are placing us now. We don't have a moral authority to come and tell, or let me say, Raila Ruto doesn't have the moral authority to really say anything about the conflict or anything, because he lacks respect. You know, they don't.
No, man, we don't work that way here. You carry up your hand, you wait a minute. So you mute yourself or we remove you. Okay, Malia, go, finish your point. I think that guy interrupted you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we have lost respect. Let's just put it that way among other leaders, because the leaders who, like, if Kagame was to go with a group of people somewhere, would they behave the way? So when they look at us and see that these are the most elite members of our society, we have and the most elitists, the president himself, you can see how he carries himself. When the conflict started, he was already gone to make statements without even ascertaining what is happening. He's the first person always to make some statements, and then after that, he goes and calls the president of France. You know, so we have lost. But then, since this guy entered into the office, we have, as a nation, where we were when Uhuru was on the seat, we went down a lot, and we don't have respect from other. We lack the moral authority, and we've lost the respect of other countries and heads of state. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Malia Davis, for that wonderful submission. And thank you so much. It shows how Kenyans we are, and it speaks a lot aloud when you're outside there. Thank you so much for that. And I think it's a lesson learned well. And I know this generation is learning going forward and our next step. Redemptor, go ahead, then Paul Mboya, then governors, in that order as we give other people mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the space. I think I will disagree on the first point and say this generation needs to unlearn, not to learn. There are things that our generation has passed down to the younger generation, and they're very purposeful in saying they want to do things differently. I think I would say the diplomacy part has been handled well. The geopolitics has been handled. Since yesterday, there's been a lot of feedback. What we shy away from is the human relation. And Kenyans are so smart that they quickly go to the academic arguments because we are very losers. We don't like to lose. And I know we don't like to lose because of the kind of resources that were used for this bid. If somebody was so confident they can win, then we have a man from Tigania who wore the same sweater. We have the other lady called Toto who became the women rep without any funding. So if you're confident in that you're here to represent the people, then you don't need money. At least not the kind of money. Anna was here and talked about Baba kubebewa simu. I wanted to correct that and say Baba anabebeangwa simu kila saa. I mean, it's one of those things that you notice a lot about him, that he's very close with his security protocol. The groupie thing is, I think, let me just start by saying what lost was pride and what won was humility. And we had been here talking about pride comes before a fall. I've seen people who, I think I've seen a comment about Gen Z should not be sending emails. Yet I've heard people keep repeatedly say those emails have no impact. The Gen Zs have no impact. I think this is denial speaking. And I would want to say that the Gen Zs won yesterday. Whether they were directly involved in whatever happened, they won in the sense that they were actively sending the message of defeat. And here we talk about energy. And I want you to be very careful and observe. When the Kenyans went to Addis Ababa, the energy they had was ya kufilisha watu kimnadho. Look at us. And they took pictures and they were there. And they lost an opportunity not to show how unified they were. And I think it's Malia who has talked about how it was so obvious who had taken Raila to Addis. Maybe even against his desire. So the Gen Zs won yesterday and they won perception. And if you think they lost, I want you to go to Kondele. These young people, I looked at those clips and they were the Gen Zs of Kondele, the ones that are a blank slate, the ones that are just coming to when it comes to political awakening. And so they went there to win. They had been told they were winning. And young people have a common condition called fear of missing out. And what did they do immediately? It was announced that Raila had lost. They could not lose. So they flipped the script without getting instructions from anyone. And they started chanting, Ruto must go. And I keep talking about the energy and human interactions because even as we talk about the politics, the diplomacy, the blunders, we continue to ignore the human relations that are going on in this country. The human relations are so badly damaged that the leaders of this country have decided we are one big block and we are better than you, we are richer than you, and there's no exception in this behavior. There's no opposition, there's no ODM, they are just one happy family. And that's the human behavior I'm talking about and human relations. So when they went to present themselves to Africa, they were a divided house. The citizens were left behind and the leaders went to Addis. How can the world not see that? And I'm not saying this is why they won or lost. That has been captured well. For me, it's a message that the energy of the young people that we saw in June will never be matched by any group of politicians. It doesn't matter how much money they have. Because I say this because when you saw them singing, nyimbo za Tawala Kenya, Tawala Africa, they were so lame. The energies they were tired, they looked tired. They looked like people who are trying to energize themselves. And yet the young people of this country right now, when they mobilize, they have the energy we saw in South Africa. When the young people were agitating for the end of apartheid. So let's not beat about the bush and do a lot of PR, image repair and everything. Hii ni kuanguka flat on the face. Because we have a president who just last week or 2 weeks ago told us he has a PhD and said, I have never lost, and went to count the positions he has held. And so this was his win. Why bother going like Mali had said? Why not? No, I think it was Hannah. Why not even pretend that you're not the one endorsing? Why use so much resources that you make news in Tanzania, that our MPs were being pictured? And I want you to think for 1 minute that if the story of Addis was told without a single word being uttered, if you just presented the pictorial evidence of what went down, it will just speak opulence, arrogance, pride, entitlement, and it has nothing to do with being a leader. Given Kenyans like to say we are special, we have a special place in the region, we are what, we say it a lot, and it could be true, but you don't show it. And that's what they did. They went to show, look, we are the Kenyans you hear about. And you can continue arguing until you're blue in the face about how the Gen Z did not affect, unless in your heart of hearts you have no spiritual thing inside you. Because in the last 6 months, there are mothers, fathers, uncles, brothers who keep saying, may they fall, may they cry like we cried. So if you don't believe in karma, if you don't believe in the justice, people have been uttering the words. I wasn't there. I didn't even have an opinion about these elections because I didn't want to get vested in what happens in New York. And now we are seeing all the experts are coming to give politically correct explanations. Look, you failed because you're in it for the wrong reasons. And let's just leave it. That's not, even if we make all these interpretations, analyses, what you're doing in those analyses, you're leaving the Kenyans behind. Kenyans are very much part and life to everything that pertains them. So if they keep telling you, stop using our money, we don't have money capitation in schools, but you have money to go to Addis. And I saw the arguments. No, they sponsored themselves. Okay, good. So you can sponsor yourself to Addis. Go and look for all the children who didn't have food last week and feed them. Go and look for all the children who don't have shoes to go to school in your constituency and sponsor them. So let's continue to do what we do as Kenyans. We are very analytical, and you have a right to go on your lane and argue the politics that you understand. But I'm always here to humanize this conversation and say this was about pride coming before a fall, and we are going to see many more like this, where the almighty dollar is not going to make a difference when people say they don't want something. So there's a lot of helter-skelter that is going on right now. But I think all the sides of the divide need to take a breather. They need to breathe. We need to stop writing these articles. They're not helping, and just accept, you know what? Kenya presented a candidate to the EU and they lost. All these other explanation, oh, it's not fair how East Africa is done. Oh, Anglophone countries and Arab and religious divide. No, let's just for once accept we went to the higher playing field. And I think I've overtalked on this topic because I had a space yesterday about it. But I'm just saying I'm here as usual to hold a brief for the young people who told this enigma, this heroic leader of this country, you betrayed us. Those words have not been taken back. They were whispered, they were shouted, they were cried. Baba, you betrayed us. And they are saying, okay, because you betrayed us, you lost. What you do with that information, how you interpret it, is up to you. But it has been said it's one of the factors that is going on, along. And just like anybody who goes to win something, even football, if you support a team, people have committed suicide because of football. So people are vested, and I want to say, Paul, for those ones who have lost. But what lost was pride, and what won was humility. And I hope our leaders can just humble themselves and come back to their senses and realize they're not there because of themselves. They were elected by the people. There's a mic that is on. So thank you so much, Hilary and Abdi, for this space and for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have no apologies to say the young people must continue to win. They must continue to apply the energy they have. It is admirable, it is refreshing, and they're like children playing with a snake. You can tell them how dangerous a snake is, but there's a kind of innocence that they will dare. Because like even in the jungle, the old lion at one time has to retire, and the young, energetic lion starts to hunt. That's where we are, and we are in denial. Asante.
Thank you, Redemptor. Thank you for that. I'll quickly read a few online comments because a lot of people have been asking. I think Nyamisha says, I think it's time for us to start looking at how we relate with our neighbors. And Nyakundi says the timing and the motivation for Raila candidate was wrong. So everything set up against Kenya, the manner we campaigned was inappropriate because of the focus more on grandeur as opposed to diplomacy. And there's a question, and I think this is the pertinent question coming from one of our listeners. I think he's in the Mashinani, and he's asking the question for tonight is, does Raila retreat and nurse his wounds and fade into the background? Or does he use this moment to reposition himself, reclaim his authority, lead the opposition with renewed purpose? If Raila is to soldier on, then we must acknowledge the reality his political brand has suffered. The EU rejection is a signal that the old ways of doing politics are no longer enough in Africa. So we saw through the theorics, the power play, and the failed diplomacy, and Kenyans saw it too. So I'll leave it there. Over to you, Hillary. And those are really a pertinent question to ask. Nyamisha, you can pick up the mic anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Abdi, for that. Yeah, let us go in the order we said. Governors, Watchdog, and Paul Mboya. I see you, Redem. I'll give you mic. Don't worry. So let us go to governors. Then Paul Mboya, you've been here for a while. Academia, see you, and other people as we give other people mic. Go ahead. Governors
Okay.
Watchdog one. Another minute. Not Paul Mboya. Governors Watchdog. Your mic. You have a mic. You have a mic, bro. And this is the problem. People come here, they go to their stories. When you give them a mic, when you drop them, they complain on writing. Oh, we don't give us mic. Oh, you don't want us to talk. Paul Mboya, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Hillary. I want to say that what happened in Addis is a shame to Kenya. I want to pull it back to when the Gen Z started an outcry. And I hate the word Gen Z. The people who are called Gen Z are being called the name to shame them, to make them look like children. Yet these are people who are now 25 to 30-year-olds who hold IDs and can be able to make decisions. Some of them are even parents. Now, when they came out and made an outcry of leaders to be humble, people to stop their pride and showing off, it looked like a game. But that same thing has come to hurt the country in the name of Addis and Raila's candidature. Something that you would see that has happened in Raila's candidature, which looked to be so small but very terrible, was the president took this thing like his own thing, and people think that it is a nice thing. Yet we have the cabinet secretaries, we have high commissioners who are out there and could be able to rally the diplomatic space to be able to give us the voting in terms of Raila as a candidate for Kenya. But they did not do that. They made this thing a political thing and handled it like a village by election. All those politicians who have been making noise on media, on streets, on microphones about the candidature of Raila, who are not supposed to make any noise, even the president. Now, there's a lashback about the president talking about the Gazaland issue, the Israeli issue, talking about the Somalis and the Al-Shabaab and the terrorism that was happening, talking about Macron and the issue of DRC. He should have done that as him. Then we have the Foreign Affairs CS and the High Commissioners talking about this thing diplomatically, like Raila, separating Raila's candidature from the state and the government. Let me say from the government, and have it like a state issue. Not the government being involved and including the party politics into a continental arena. That's something that has really shamed the country. And the leaders not learning humility when Gen Z were calling them out has become a very big problem. Now we have MPs calling for EAC to leave AU. To go where? They did not even learn the humility. What I expected from them now was to say, go shake hands and be happy for the people who have won and tell them, ladies and gentlemen, this time is yours, next time give us. Now, how do you ask for cessation right now to get away from AU just because you lost? Then what about next time? Even if we don't get out, who will have the confidence to trust a Kenya for such a continental position after our MPs embarrassing the whole country like this? How can they trust a Kenyan again? How can we have people who go for an election with only one side in mind that we are going to win? What do you think the other people feel? That it has just to be a win. And then they also have the confidence in a diplomatic space, insisting that I've already talked to so-and-so and we are sure of 39 votes. Then what is the sense of electing people in a secret ballot? It means that the other people also don't have a choice. You have already controlled them. What if those are the signs that these people saw and said, we are putting ourselves in a very big problem if this Kenyan candidate gets to hold this position? Because they will bring foreign influence. That's why our president is being called a puppet. They will bring foreign influence into these other countries. You know what has played. And I don't know what has happened to the current government. These people are downplaying foreign policy. And it is a pain. This candidature was something that should have been handled as a diplomatic issue in terms of negotiation and saying how we can be able to form allies and work with these other countries and make Africa a better place. It is not about chest thumping and making Kenya stand up there, as if we took AU alone, then Kenya was enough for Africa. And the other problem that are still arising, which even the president is still saying that Africa lost. But let me tell you one of the things that made me hate this candidature of Raila to AU. Over years, the Rutos, our president, and so many MPs have always abused Raila and say that he is the worst president Kenya can have. Then why do we export the worst for the country to be the best for Africa? How can that happen? And they have been abusing him in the media, abusing him in all form of media spaces, and saying how he's the worst and he does not deserve to be the president. Now, how does he turn to be the best? To be the best for Africa? How? How can we allow to export the worst for our country and call it the best for the rest of Africa? That alone really pissed me off. And I was not very happy about it. And all the MPs who surround him, they are misusing Raila. I can only say it in Luo very well. Giloko Raila, Lau Yuach. And it is paining because they are using him as a bait to get what they want, not what the country wants. And the other thing that happened here, when the citizens were saying we do not want Raila to go there and we want him to lose, there is something that the people were communicating and was not being seen. We were exporting Mtuwetu syndrome to Africa, and people refused it. People refused Mtuwetu. They were not supporting him to be because he's a Kenyan. And then you hear some people saying that they are not patriotic. No, if something is not good and it is not good for us, then Africa does not deserve it. It is not that they deserve it because he's a Kenyan that now you have to rally people in the name of patriotism. That was wrong. And it should never be used in any space. And the diplomats should be left to handle diplomatic issues. The AUC chair, I don't think it is a political thing. This is almost a ceremonial position, which should be handled with a lot of diplomacy. And I had somebody asking in one of the spaces, how would this benefit us? It is more like selling our policy. And our foreign policy cannot work if people can see our internal politics and see how shit it is. We were selling the country. Raila was just like a placeholder for the name Kenya. We were selling our country. But we showed them that we do not even have structures of work. A whole president campaigning for a candidate, instead of doing his things, we have a cabinet secretary of foreign affairs doing nothing. We have high commissioners who are not even stationing their desks for people to come and talk and probably give a word or even talk on behalf of the country. They left it and they're handling it like a village politics by election. It is very embarrassing. And putting a lot of money for something that did not deserve that money at all. It did not deserve that much money. And then we still do blame game. Instead of just saying, we accept, we concede defeat, shake hands, appreciate those people, tell them we want to learn your ways so that next time it is ours. And another one is saying that now we need to leave AU, we need to cut down. This is so embarrassing. And it is not something that should happen again. And the rest of the year is going to be very tough politically, because some of the MPs who wanted Raila to win were going to manipulate the public by saying that we supported him and he now has something to eat for himself. So give us because we gave him. Unfortunately, that population that was being manipulated like that is now gone, and they will never get that opportunity again. And the entire continent is now awake, and there are no people who made a lot of noise on the internet, like the Kenyans regarding the AU seat. Majority of it being worse, pretending like and behaving like we deserve it more than any other person. If Kenya deserved it and Raila deserved it more than any other person, what was the essence of election? Why do we want to force people on things that they don't want, and then see that they are the ones who we now think that they are the ones who are losing more because they did not take our candidate? That kind of pride should stop. We cannot be like that. It should not happen. We should not be the kind of people who are being seen to be chest thumping everywhere. It is just about show off. Diplomacy, dead, totally dead. Foreign policy, dead. We treat people like we do not need to have continuity with them after that. And you know the worst thing that is happening is these politicians are just thumping at home and Kenyans are in all these nations. Now, let me give you one more thing, last thing as I conclude, on why I think even Kenya might have lost this seat in a terrible way. In the last few years, after the finance bill, government did not mind about pushing taxes to companies. A lot of companies closed. These companies came from the countries that we were asking to vote for us. But you'd hear one of the MPs telling the companies that if you cannot pay taxes, you can relocate to Tanzania and then import those things or export them duty-free to Kenya. And then you are wondering, some of these company leaders have direct contact with their executive and the people in the countries that you are asking to vote for Raila. And with this kind of embarrassment, even just before Raila went in for the elections, 77 companies were winding up in Kenya. Don't you think they are also having an opportunity to talk to their leaders and say how Kenya is treating them and their businesses, and not having shame to tell them that they can just do their things outside the country? And then you expect that those people with their executive and their governments can be able to support Kenya. I don't feel sorry for his loss, but I am very saddened that they misused an important person and put him in a dirty place. Unfortunately, he could not be able to take himself out. And now they will weaponize this thing and use him as a pawn. Even if he does not contest in 2027, he will not be able to shout because they wasted billions on him and they will expect a favor. Our internal politics is as a place where if they don't have somebody to abuse, then they can't win. So they have already made the person to abuse so that they can win. They were looking for the biggest one to abuse. Anyway, Hillary, it is a very sad thing. Our country has lost. Our foreign policy has lost. Our tourism has lost. Our diplomacy has lost. Our dignity has lost. We don't have any of those things. This guy just wiped everything down. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul Boy. I see it's becoming emotional. It's okay, but what is the way forward? All right. I know we lose it as Kenyans, and that's the truth. But what is our way forward? Thank you so much. Yep. Who was coming next after after Paul? Academia, you can go ahead. Then African. Okay, Africa Pope. That is Martin Mugwanja. Academia, you here?
Yes, I'm here, Larry. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So, the state of the nation after AU bid, what next? One, the politics, the normal politics will just continue to play, and the interplay will always be the same. So I don't see the difference. They will regroup to forge a force for 2027. They're already on the campaign mode for 2027. I don't want to go into why Odinga failed AU. And I have no reason not to support him once the government has fronted somebody to go for the AU seat. So we must also differentiate our personal interest as a country and when some goes. It's like if you don't agree with any other athlete and they compete outside, you see how Kenyans come together when one of our own is participating in Olympic or another. So I think beyond Africa, beyond Kenya, to some extent, we cannot extend our anger to the neighbors and the rest. I think that to me is not something that I would support any Kenyan. Forget about whether it's Raila or even Amina Mohammed. So Odinga did not fail because of the Gen Z and all that. There are geopolitical dynamics at that stake, and it is a political, anything political, there are very little you can, unless you participate directly to that process. So if, like it is only the president who vote then we have some of the countries in Africa are worse than Kenya. And you cannot say what is happening in Kenya. Some of them are worse than what we do. Way, way worse than. So they don't even look at what we do here. They serve their interest. And it goes into the regional, whether it is francophones or Anglophone countries. And you saw what happened for the first round, second round, moving forward, because it is politics. So nobody should blame. And this is what happened even for Amina Mohammed. Because if we give reason why Raila failed, and we fail to recognize why Amina failed, and then we focus on this one, we must also be very objective. And that does not mean anybody supporting. For me, I supported him to be there as a Kenyan. And any other person who would have gone there, I will always support a Kenyan. But when we come here, is where I have a problem. I may differ with him with the things on the ground. But once he has left the country to fly the Kenyan flag, I have no option but just to say or wish them well. So I think what will happen that we are afraid of is that Raila is likely to work with Ruto moving forward. Because look, Kenya is tribal, and I don't see where we are going to break that wall. We may pretend to say that we are not going to be, but that's how people are going to work. Because one, we are going to vote along the parties. And many a time people are going to vote from the MCA to the president. So anybody who is in central that is going to go against Regada is likely to lose. And therefore, the party that is Regada, Rigiji is going to form, will attract many candidates. As a result of that, they are likely to vote those people. So once that is done, it means the person is likely to vote for the MCA, to vote for the MP, to vote for the women rep, to vote for the governor and the Senate, and eventually vote for the president, because this is Kenya. And that will replicate itself in other parts of the country. So what is the way forward? The way forward, if there is another third force that must neutralize these people, either the Kenyans or the Gen Z movement as a movement, they either decide to come together and form a party or a coalition for all young Kenyans to face the old politicians. But if we just talk and think that there is something that is going to happen, or we can challenge them at the ballot, we will find ourselves doing the same thing. And by 9th or 10th August 2027, we will be back here complaining what went wrong, why did we not get it right, and all that, and the circle continues. So those are the things that people are afraid to say, and we are blinded to the fact that we think that there is a miracle somewhere that is going to happen with the voting pattern. It is not going to work, at least not for now. But I hold that view. Somebody may hold a contrary to that, because politics is a different thing. When people go to vote, when the real politics starts, then a lot of things will change. But for now, we can anticipate or predict what might unfold moving forward. But if you're not very careful, we are still going to fall back. And it's very easy to fall back to them, because first, they have the resources. And second, we need a political party to ascend to power. So we are not going to vote independent candidate to achieve that. We need a political formation to capture power. we have already had existing political parties. I'm very sure in Luo Nyanza, it will be almost possible for more than half to be elected independent or a new party formed apart from ODM. And that will go to the western side, that will go to the eastern side, that will go to the central side, and maybe northeastern and central, and Okambani, and coast. So if we are alive, we are alive to that fact, we better be and start dealing with that question. But if we think that this is just a passing cloud, these people, we are going to beat them, the question is how? And until we are able to answer that, we are not going to beat these people. So let us live to that fact.
Thank you, Academia. Thank you for your submission. I just want to make a few things clear too. I think there is a lot about the foreign, the diplomatic downfall. I think Kenyan foreign policy is in a free fall. Let's agree on this. It's marred by miscalculation, weak alliances, as many said, strategic blunders. I think instead of leveraging on opportunity, the country has repeatedly stumbled on the global stage, turning a promising prospect into diplomatic failure. I think the recent AU debacle is about the latest series of missteps. Rather than executing a well-thought diplomatic strategy, the approach was marked by, many said, by arrogance, poor planning, failure to secure a key regional support. The result, a diplomatic massacre, with Kenya emerging as the primary casualty. This is a reality. This isn't a minor setback. It signals a deeper crisis in leadership and our foreign policy direction. Kenya regional influence is shrinking, and its credibility is eroding. Its position in African affairs is reduced to that of a passive observer. I think the current approach to diplomacy lacks depth and foresight, favoring grandstanding over substance and optics over real influence. I think the consequence of this failure extends beyond the lost diplomatic battle. Kenya is increasingly sidelined in the global discussion. Its economic and security interests are being compromised. Effective foreign policy requires an understanding of the power dynamic and negotiation, strategic position, qualities that have been solely lacking in this leadership and their foreign policy partners. The urgent question now is, how does Kenya recover from this? How does the country rebuild a diplomatic stature, regain lost credibility, and also reclaim its influence on Africa and global stage? I think this is what we need to also to look at from the other perspective. Thank you. I'll hand over to you, Hillary. I don't know who was next on the mic. I think there are two hands up that are up. Snoopy Kenya has her hands up. What do you? I give you the mic. Thank you.
Snoopy, go ahead. You have a mic.
So it's really great to hear different approaches as to why Raila lost. But one point that someone made and said that, they're upset because someone misled Raila, and made a fool of him throughout this process. I find that very short-sighted. He's not an idiot. Nobody's holding his hand to, these charades and these escapades. He is doing it with full knowledge of what he wants. I have a theory. I think that when Raila, started out, he really was for Kenya. He wanted us to win, and he really did do a lot of things that we can truly be proud of today. But I think at some point, maybe during Kibaki or after, I'm not sure when, he realized that all his efforts truly don't materialize, truly don't reflect. And so he became a guy who can bargain, he can trade, and he can use his large block to get what he wants. Can I blame him? I am not sure I can. I think in such a tribal environment, it has forced him to be that person, to be the person that now I've tried to be the better person. I've tried to raise this country from what ails us, and it has been impossible. So then what do I do with the chips that I have been given? And that is what has become Raila. He's not an idiot. He knew that Ruto was using him for this position, and he still pressed on. There was a position before then, I'm not sure if it was an AU or EU position that he actually had, and Ruto made him lose it, or he fight him. I'm not sure what the story is. So there was really a way that he had gotten himself out. He had paved his way, curved his way, and what did Ruto do? Messed it. And then when Gen Z happened, he had to sneak back and try to bring him back into this horrible, horrible horse that has ruined his legacy in the worst platform ever. And then we can speak about the diplomatic view. Like I've heard so many views as to why we blundered and why we failed. Yes, true. But Ruto's government hasn't really focused on diplomacy as it concerns Africa. As soon as that guy won, he went on an escapade in the West and in Dubai and the rest to buy friendships because you couldn't acknowledge him as the king he is in Africa. So he went for the best and the biggest, and he forgot where it mattered. And when he won in those places, he couldn't ignore giving the middle fingers to others that he thought low. He would sit on Biden's chair and we will brag about it for over and over and over. We get these trinkets from Dubai or US or wherever else, and we wanted, or he wanted to show out, look how great I am and look how I'm loved by the people, quote unquote, that matter. And to assume that that would not resonate with the voters for such a chair, it's ridiculous. We spit on them and then expect that they're just going to turn around and bow to this bully. It's not how the world runs. And even now, when we realize that, we're not having introspection. Rather, we're blaming, we're gaslighting, we're ceding, we're moving away. It's such a tantrum environment for a country that pretends to be a leader. Like on one moment, we'll sit and talk ill of what's going on in DRC. And then on the other side, instead of having these reflection moments and how we move forward to fix these issues, we just want to, no, it's not me, it's others. It's so lacking in depth and rationale. And then finally, it was the team surrounding Raila. I had a few friends who were running or were helping the AU candidate. And in comparison with the people that Raila surrounded himself, it was just a joke. They're formidable people who have experience in what diplomacy means. But they were treated for what? Socialites and bloggers. And it's just, it's unfathomable that someone with that much experience as Raila, we kept, taunting how he has his experience internationally, knows these leaders across Africa and everywhere. But then he couldn't pick a team that would push that narrative forward. He couldn't pick a team that would cleanse it to a point that it was about this Pan-African. It was not about Ruto. It wasn't about anything else. It was just about a man looking to bring his expertise to the platform, to the next platform that is an international level. We couldn't do that. And nobody could see that you hired bloggers whose expertise is running narratives about local politics in Kenya. It was shameful. I don't know what Pauline would say on a South African platform in regards to what diplomacy is on AU chairmanship. I don't know. And I don't know how that decision was arrived, really, because I would assume, again, Raila is not a child to be handheld. He knew how to pick the winners because he wanted to win, not unless we'd be told we spend these billions just on an errand to not win. And then the last point, as someone raised and talked about how great it is for, Kasmel and others to get on that, forum and take selfies and show out that you look, I've achieved that. I don't think that that's how we win. And that's how we change this narrative that we're so much trying to change. We want to be our own because right now, Kasama cannot say things that are of his own. They have to reflect what Raila or his handlers are under the ODM. And I don't think that that's what we want. We want to move to a point where, as youth, our own leadership should matter. And how do we get there? We get there from what the last speaker just said. Let's form our own coalition. Gachagua was able to do that, and others have been able to do that, or are trying to do that, whether we're talking about Kalonzo and others that are rising. When do we get to do that? I think there was a vehicle that we expected would help us do that. That was Marara's vehicle, and that crumbled very quickly. But can we learn from what the mistakes were there, pick ourselves together, and really band together into this awesome coalition that gets us to that negotiating table? Because Samuel is not negotiating. He's not leading. He is a sheep that was swallowed. He has no power. The power is not to see him standing on the sidelines and taking pictures with the leaders with so much despite. The leaders that he spoke against before June 2024, that is not winning. There is no freedom. That is not deciding our future that we so desperately need to decide. How we decide it is how we band together. We have the numbers. June 2024 showed that we have the numbers and we have the will. Can we leverage that and do the same? Have the youth, let there be a coalition from the youth that will join these people and negotiate our piece of that table. And we do not have time. We do not want to join these, spaces and have this pent up energy and have these deliberations or with the mess that we continue to see. I don't think that Raila will, come back and sit. He's found something that wins for him. He's going to continue to agitate. He's going to continue to poke holes. Tomorrow he's going to say something so bad about Ruto, waiting to be called back and patted on the back and brought back in line. That's going to be, patting back until 2027. While the rest or majority of us are waiting for him. Oh my God, he's going to come back and save us. There is nobody that's coming to save us. It is us. And we cannot just talk about it. We have to action it. And I'm thankful that Hillary has created a platform that allows us to deliberate. Can we move forward from just deliberation to actual action? So that maybe in the next space, we're thinking, how do we form this coalition? Where do we start? How do we present that, inclusivity? That a youth in Timbuktu, in Kisumu, in Turkana feels accepted as a youth, as a participant. I think that's where we need to get, so that when they're reaching out to us, we have something to bargain for. Because if we continue to get swollen, we continue to be led and mentored under these wings, whether it's Kalonzo, Gachagua, and every other leader, that is not what we want. And that is not how we carve our future. That is not how we win. We want to get on that table with our mandate. This is what we want. These are the bare minimums. And we're not asking, we are demanding. Otherwise, you do not get this block, which is the youth block. I don't have to walk you on the numbers we have. I don't need to walk you on the power we have. You have that. Not in theory. You have seen it in practice. So let's make it happen, guys. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. That was really good. Over to you, Hillary, before we bring in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Snoopy, for that. Actually, you said that this guy is smart. As much as he loses it, he has been smart all along, and he knows, and he has been working the best people. I think you bring that aspect home. But what is our take, and what are we doing about that? Pope, are you here? There's somebody called African Pope here. I don't know whether he's here. You are here or no? Okay, governors, watchdog, are you here?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, go ahead, man. Then Mr. Victor, in that order.
Okay, thank you so much, Hilary. And I want to appreciate for the work you have done for us to meet and do a postmortem of what's happened. It's quite unfortunate for me that it's only come when the election has been done. I wish we could have a prior AU talks. And let me just go straight to the point. The first thing I want to talk about is the Gen Z. The Gen Z, with much respect we have for them, I'm also in that line. But, there is something we are doing as a nation that might interfere with our diplomacy or might interfere with our image as a country. And I see the big man, Guaido, sending emails telling us that we send emails to other countries. When we send these emails, Manze, it's not a good thing. It's not the right way to do it. When it is a national issue, let us hold it as a national issue. The other time, there is a senior person from Netherlands was to visit Kenya. I think is to come to Kenya. And now we are sending emails, don't come to Kenya. Why don't you look at what is the end goal to this? What is the repercussion of doing this as a nation? We might be doing it because we hate our president, William Ruto. But what is the end goal of this? Even if William Ruto is not there, the damage has been done and has been done. It can't be rectified. So I really want to talk to the Gen Z. When it's a national issue, let us take it as a national issue. I remember that sometimes when it's always a war between this banter between Kenya and Nigeria, we do so well. But when it's a national importance issue, like this of AU seats, we ought to be united and push agenda of Raila Odinga or that our candidate to win that seat. Is not about an individual when it comes to that. Then let me talk about Uhuru factor. Guys, with all due respect we have for Uhuru is a man that is respected international, and he has an influence. When there was war in Congo, Uhuru was given this mandate to go and bring peace. He's known, okay, but we have not had his voice in all these. And he told us that Raila is his leader. If Raila is your leader and is now going for the bigger seat, why don't you support him? He went mute on all this, and I heard yesterday he was in Ethiopia, even to say, hey, my brother is here, we are going to support you. He's doing nothing, and we know the kind of influence he has when it comes to that. Then let's talk about the issue of, as a country, Kenya has always been touted as a hub of peace, okay? But what has been happening in the recent days when you get a high-ranking official from another country being abducted in our own country? What happened to Kizza Besigye of Uganda? What happened to the lady from Tanzania? It's just messing with our country image when it comes to issues of peace and what. So if you can't protect your own, or you can't protect other people in your country, how will you protect the people of other country that there is a war? You got. So it's also upon as a country, our leaders, especially the president, to do surgical to do something about it and find a solution to this. We can't be leaving everything to like everything is normal, but there is a huge problem. Raila did a big mistake to me when he resigned. He said he resigned. People are saying, oh, maybe William Ruto pushed him. No, but he resigned. If we have given you a job, like us who run business and we employ people, and you come and resign, and you tell me, oh, I've gotten maybe a bigger job, I'm going somewhere else, then you resign without my goodwill. Then again, you want to come back, oh, I now want to be the manager of the company. No, I have to look you with the third eye, which is not good. Raila resigning, I know he always have this thing. His DNA is that of activist. His DNA is that social fighting for the rights of the people. You feel when people are okay. So maybe thought Kenya is in a bad state, so he came back to fight for Kenyans, but he left.
Gavana, umekanyaga network yako ama miti sikusikii?
Yeah, we lost governor. Now we can go.
Bado namuona na hang hapo. Redemptor, you had something to chime in before Victor?
Yeah, very briefly, and I really appreciate, I think, Paul Mboya and
So Raila resigning, for me, it was a mistake for him. He ought not to have done it because
Governor, nini inafanyika bwana? Maybe he was talking under the, but we could have not hear him. So maybe we'll get him back. I don't know what happened because he went quiet and again came in. So Redemptor, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was responding to first appreciating what Snoopy had to say, and also Mboya, a very sober and also very articulate perspective on how the turnover who is Raila? Was he always like this? And you look at the young Raila who reminds us of the Gen Zs right now. And then you look at the Raila who challenged his own father and went on to be the man who always challenged oppression and spoke for something. And when I read the remark that about him licking his wounds, I don't think he has anything to lick wounds about. And that's one of the biggest misconceptions we continue to have about who Raila is. I think his troops are the ones who are licking their wounds. And this is just my very quick observation, even as we remember go to Bondo and all that. We transferred our national politics to the African arena and we carried it out and people even were making very mean remarks. Is he going to, even the remark about this is the first time he's conceding, I think that's a remark in bad taste because truly we've had unfair elections in this country. And I'll confess here, I've always supported the bid for Raila until the Gen Z movement started because something new had happened in this country. So even as we debate about who Raila is, there's this element of people assuming that is at the beck and call of the people who follow him. And someone has rightfully said that the people around Raila are more afraid of his retirement. And my last observation is, I don't know if anyone remembers when Moi was retiring and he was getting in a helicopter and Sally Koskei standing there and crying. And to date, I always wonder what she was crying about. And so I think that's a moment we are at where he's ideally supposed to get on a chopper and go somewhere but people cannot let him go. So this transferring the scenario in Kenya to Ethiopia, I think it's in bad taste. Will continue, and I say the betrayal of the Gen Z, and I say that very strongly. Had he stayed away from this fight, people would now come and knock on his door and say, this is the position we want you to be. But I feel like personally, like he meddled in something that was bigger than him, something that was not his to meddle with because he had served this country diligently, he had done well for himself. And his troops are now bringing to front, we are now friends with the other side. They're not hiding it. And I think that's where the problem is. Thank you very much and very great insights. I yield.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, Victor or Abdi, you want to say something before Abdi? Before Victor?
Let Victor go and then let Dr. Milton go. Thank you.
Okay, then Josephine. All right, go. Victor. Victor mara ya kwanza. Victor MDP. Can you hear us? Mr. Victor. All right. Dr. Milton, you want to say something then, Josephine?
I just want to say that what we need right now, there is enough of the after loss, the shocks and everything. But I think there is an important thing that we need to be alive to, and that is how we move forward as a country. We now know that William Ruto wanted to use this as something to blackmail the country about, and to even gaslight Raila's constituency or base, that he has now made him AUC chairman, and therefore they owe him a ton of gratitude. We must not, in fact, I dare say from where I sit, that if Raila wants to remain and salvage anything left of him, is for him to come back from Addis, and his first press conference is to announce and express gratitude to Ruto and the government for supporting his bid, but then lay out a marker about all the things that are going wrong in the country. Because look, what Musalia said the other day, Musalia said that government has an obligation to support any Kenyan when they are running for an international job. That is what happened. So Raila got that as a citizen and not as an opposition leader. So we expect, and this is personally what I think should happen, is that Raila will come out, get back into his element, and first apologize to the Gen Zs, and two, speak against what is going wrong in the country. That is not to mean that Gen Zs will forget the betrayal, but that will mean that Raila will stand for good governance, and he will have given the country an opportunity to send out William Ruto and his administration home. Because right now, what we are having and what we have witnessed in Addis is embarrassing to the country. I don't think anybody knows what our foreign policy is. And everything that is happening is just unfortunate. The last point I want to make is this. There are people who say that a lot of what has been said or what Gen Z said, the emails and everything did not matter. I want to tell you this. We are in a global village and in a world where what you say on social media is followed by all and sundry. And nobody can ignore what has been going on in Kenya, and nobody is going to trust anybody or anything about Kenya today. That is just the truth of the matter. Let us stop sugarcoating things and saying that all we have to do is to support anybody in the name of being Kenyan, even when we know that that opportunity they are seeking is not in national interest. The only reason why William Ruto and made Raila Odinga a candidate was because they wanted to diffuse the pressure and manage the Gen Zs by busting their bubble. Because the moment Baba was taken like this, then his base was confused and didn't know what to do. And right now, we must make it very clear that we have not forgotten that the fight in this country is not for who will occupy what position. The fight in our country is to know how services will be delivered to the people, how good governance will become part and parcel of our daily operation, and how management of public affairs can be in the best interest of the citizens, regardless of which tribe the leaders are. That is our business, that is our focus. Anything else is a sideshow, and it must be called out in the strongest terms possible. That is why I am saying in conclusion that if Raila Odinga comes back from Addis and he starts calling out the government and says William Ruto's administration is one that should be sent home, the people of Kenya, the Gen Zs and everybody needs to be together in that fight, because that is our main business. Let me yield at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. We go to Josephine quick, and then I see Westin hand is up, and then we get back to you. Thank you. Josephine, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Hilary, for hosting this space. As usual, you always do us good, especially when you give us an opportunity to speak about the state of the nation. Yes, let me start with also saying that I actually personally I was in mixed feelings, and eventually I made up my mind, because I told myself it was all about our country, not about Laila. And at a particular point, I remember I tweeted severally trying to say the same, saying that Laila must win, because we cannot afford to have an international loser in our country. And why was I saying this? Because apart from that, I have experienced being in the outside our country, and I remember being acknowledged so much. Any place I entered and introduced myself from, I am from Kenya, people would celebrate and say this country where peace always prevails. But today, the country that which was well known for peace is no longer known for that, because of just few elements. Second, I have the feeling of, if Raila wins this seat, then Ruto will diarrhea on top of our heads, everybody, because he had already told us that he cannot be advised by people whom he doesn't understand their level of education while he holds a PhD. And he had been going around trying to say that he is a mastermind of politics, so nobody can remove him. Basically, he didn't see the power of people actually campaigning against, and he thought maybe by his voice and having so many MPs going to Addis Ababa would change anything. And he felt that also what we've been speaking here in the X space, it was just something in the social media and it was not making an impact until it hit him, realizing that Laila had to lose that position. One, it's an embarrassment to our nation. I'm feeling bad as a citizen because we lost. But again, I'm also feeling good because now if only he won, Raila won that seat yesterday, actually today, we wouldn't have anything to say because Ruto would be actually telling us anything that he feels like telling us around and tossing us left, right, center. So what's the way forward then? The truth is, we have to stand on our ground and they come up with our own policies. But again, we need to remember one thing. We cannot win on our own. The Gen Zs and the millennials only. We cannot win on our own. We need to have a strong coalition. And we need to push Raila if he needs to be pushed to do what he's supposed to do and speak what he can speak. However, we should not hold on him so much because he can also choose to work with the Ruto. And if he decides to work with the Ruto, then that means again, to us, we have to go an extra mile so that we are able to actually win the election. However, personally, I am not for us to wait until we have an election. A time has come. We need to do away with all this bad governance and all this pride of insulting people and telling people they cannot advise you. The same people who elected you, put you in place, and now you are telling them you do not understand their level of education, so they cannot actually do anything to you. The truth is that the only person who can be declared with a monopoly of knowledge and monopoly of all wisdom is God alone. But any other human being who is a mortal can still lose his memory and just become another useless person who can never do anything, who can never think about anything. So the earlier President Ruto realizes that actually it's not about education, but it's about one, using the opportunity where necessary and gathering any information that you get, regardless of how you think this person is minute, and make good use of that information. Tip it. Use whatever you can use it to build the nation. Whatever you cannot use it, just discard it and move on. But you can never declare that you have the monopoly of everything, you know everything, and you are the only person who can never be advised. So it's not about education. We also have an inborn wisdom which helps to rule, especially many people who used to rule in our African tradition. Actually, they were not educated, but they were using wisdom. So that's where Ludo is losing it all. He needs to understand this. And as Kenyans, we need also to start strategizing, because right now he's already in campaign mode and they are still moving on. And I can see that people have started posting. I've seen just Oburu Odinga saying that Uhuru Kenyatta went to Addis Ababa to campaign against Ruto. I don't think somebody can stoop that low to go and start campaigning against somebody from his country, especially a senior person who has been a president. That cannot happen, because even that actually degrades that person. So I don't think Uhuru can be that stupid and can do that. But we need to separate our own issues with the international issues so that we get to know when to strike within our country and when not to strike within the internationals. But whoever is saying that for us writing to the international communities and complaining was wrong, it's not wrong. Because what has been happening in our country, everyone has been silent. And why the purpose of us calling the internationals and writing to them was for them to let them understand that if there is any democracy and if there is any country which declares that they stand for democracy, they were supposed to be out and show that democracy in our country when our youth were being abducted and killed by a president whom we have elected and actually is sworn to protect our constitution.
Josephine, umekanyaga waya. I don't know what is happening, man. Maybe she's talking on the background. Okay, when you're back, you'll have a mic. Mr. Victor, you here now?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Hilary. Thank you. I've been on this space since the first speaker started, and I actually want to thank you, Hilary, for putting up this space. Actually, I'm not from Kenya. I'm a Nigerian, but since I have so much interest in the African development and politics, I've decided to say, okay, let me lend my voice and also be part of this discussion. For the purposes of bilateral relations, first, I must congratulate the Federal Republic of Kenya for making it to the list of the contestants. I am of the opinion that losing in an election is a sign of victory and strength. So all the demerits that have been pointed out by past speakers are pandemics affecting most African countries, including but not limited to Nigeria or Kenya. So I want to align very strongly with the lady, one of the speakers, who said there are more to unlearn than to learn. It's a very strong message that we must. That's from my very beautiful daughter. There are more to unlearn, as a matter of fact, than to learn. So the major clog in the wheel of progress of most African leaders is how reckless they've been in showing off and in spending. When somebody mentioned that not less than 10 billion was spent, that questions the integrity of most African leaders, as a matter of fact. It sends a very bad message. Now look at it, the person who won did not spend so much, but at the end of the day, he won. But something I also want to point out to this space, this discussion is this. There are more winning an election in AUC. There are more of internal politics that plays out that most people don't know. So I want to round up by saying that the man who came out to contest the election gave it a try. There's no error in trying. So lastly, I want to say that as one African, I will urge each and every one of you listening that wherever you have programs that have to do with African development, my DM is very much open. I will be very much interested in participating. At the lower level here back in Nigeria, I'm an elected person and I know what plays out in politics. Internal politics are not what the eyes can behold. It is more of internal issues, compared to what you see outside there. So I want to thank you, Larry, for putting up this space. I'm very grateful to all the people who have discussed so far, who have learned their voices. Our points should be noted and they should be made. We should form a formidable front to ensure that some of these pandemics, some of these issues are addressed within African nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. We will go to Westin. His hand has been up, and then we cycle to Farah and Justice, and then we move in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdi. Abdi, I don't understand why we look at things in a cyclic fashion. I don't get it. Let me get you clearly. Raila Odinga, who is being accused of having abandoned Kenyans at the hour of need, when they wanted to bring this government down, he showed up the government, gave it a new lease of life. The government reciprocated and poured a lot of money in his campaign for the AU bid, which ended in a disaster. We expect the same individual to come home, hold a press conference, denounce William Ruto, and join the Gen Zs, I don't get that logic. I don't get it. So what makes you think that he's not going to abandon you at the next stage? What makes you think so? What makes you think that he's in it for himself, not for you? Why do you think he will be in it for you? So What if you had won the AU Commission chair? What if you had won? I think we must perish this Messiah complex. We must perish it. Raila Odinga's 80, for God's sake, is 80. Anybody who thinks about Kenya of tomorrow, of 50 years from now, cannot have Raila Odinga in the equation. That's logical. And if anybody's looking for heroes, they must look for new heroes. Or they make themselves heroes. They can't turn to Raila Odinga, a yesterday man, as a person you can count on to put in place Kenya of tomorrow. It can't happen. He has proven time and again that he's not in it for that kind of thing. Why don't we believe him? Is it because of a hatred for William Ruto? You know, it's logical to be annoyed and to be angry. But what you do with your anger also counts. Otherwise, that anger could just destroy you. It's one thing to be annoyed with this government, to be angry about this government, and it's logical, it's compelling. But it's one thing to behave in an illogical fashion in our reaction to how this government is behaving. So that everybody who is opposed to this government is something we can tolerate, even when their history says something else. I don't get that. I really don't get it. And that's what I'm saying. It's important to have a philosophy. As a country, we don't have it. And that's why we mentioned foreign policy. We don't have foreign policy. Foreign policy is about thinking. You as a president, what do you want to achieve for your people culturally, economically, politically, and a whole host of those things? They will inform how you relate with other actors abroad. When you relate to the US, it's about your interests at home. And whose interests are those? For your people. You want to advance your people's well-being. There's nothing mumbo jumbo about foreign policy. In fact, we think foreign policy is something big. No, it's about domestic politics. So, if our domestic politics is so chaotic as it is, of course it will be on display in Addis. Why do we think it will be any different? Can you imagine Kagame going to Addis with the chaos that you saw in Kenya? Kagame. Rwanda going to an international stage with this kind of chaos? Can you imagine? You can't. Because at home they have wrapped it up. They have wrapped it up. They don't take the ill discipline and bad manners on the international. We do it. Because parochialism that I talked about. I don't like you and that is it. It's not that you betray the principles we hold as a country or a society. I just don't like you. You may come from the wrong tribe, wrong political formation and stuff like that. And that's why we're midgets when it comes to where substance matters. So I'm saying this. I'm saying this. Please, for those who care about this country, let's work to ensure that there are certain values and principles and norms that people will be bound by, not personality cults, not Raila Odinga, not William Ruto, not Uhuru Kenyatta. These are personality cults. And they run on caprices and their whims and their interests. Raila Odinga will not reform Kenya. Whether he denounces William Ruto or not, he will not. And I don't know why we don't get that clearly. Secondly, if you write letters to countries abroad, you are not different from William Ruto and this political elite who thinks that there are people out there who will come to solve Kenyan problems. Who thinks that by Mzungu looking at what you're doing, gazing at you, is going to give you solutions. And those who are arguing that the Gen Z protest did not have that bearing on Raila Odinga's loss have a point, because what makes you think that in Ghana, have you been to Ghana? The immediate finance minister in Ghana has run away. He's a fugitive because he's stolen money. He's run away. Have you been to Zimbabwe? What Mnangagwa is doing in Zimbabwe? Have you been to Zimbabwe? Have you been to Egypt? Al-Fatah al-Sisi is a dictator there. Have you been to Ethiopia, the seat of the AU, where genocide took place the other day against the Tigray people? Have you been there? So why do you think African leaders would refuse to vote for Raila Odinga because of human rights violations in Kenya? As if at home they don't commit these things. As if they don't abduct their opponents and dissidents. As if they don't lock up people for political reasons. The same things we're seeing in Uganda. Why do you think so? They don't care because they behave like William Ruto. Or you think they're different? They're not different. Is Museveni different from William Ruto? Is he? He's not. So it was what we have said, that Kenya is chaotic on the international stage and no one takes them seriously. Domestically, we're chaotic. Governor mentioned about Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't know whether they went to Addis, but why would you go to Addis as a former president on the voting day? And throughout this campaign, you've never made your position known, whether you support Raila or not. Of course, they will be suspicious why you are there, and they'll be right to be suspicious of you. You are showing up on the D-Day, while throughout the campaign, you've never put in a word for this particular individual. So the likes of Uhuru Kenyatta, people are responsible for this lack of integrity in public life in Kenya. Those are the people. And we're giving them a free pass. These are the people. Even when he was campaigning for Raila Odinga for president, he never took Raila Odinga to his backyard and introduced me. Remind me, when was that? He never held his hand and took him to his backyard to say, because as somebody said, academia, this is tribal politics. And told these people, this is the person I'm rooting for. It was always about speculation. He never publicly held Raila's hand and introduced him to his backyard constituency. And we think that's normal? Is it normal? So when you say Raila Odinga will fall out with William Ruto, on what basis? On what basis? And yet William Ruto has put in everything for him and is appreciative of that. Let me remind you, academia said sometimes we shy away from tough questions. Did you people listen to Raila Odinga's speech during ODM prayer rally before he set off to Addis? Did you listen? There are things he said, very significant things for those who listen. The media will avoid those things because they're incandescent stuff. He relieved his journey with William Ruto in as much as he didn't mention him. From 2002, 2005, the referendum disaster, 2008 disaster, how they were pushed out of government for opposing that Kibaki-led constitution, draft constitution, how they won elections. And then on the part of winning elections and being stolen, listen carefully. He said, kura iliibiwa kwa sababu ni mila yao kuiba, ni tabia yao kuiba. What was he referring to? What was he referring to? Who stole? Whose culture is to steal elections? Whose culture? To whom is second nature to steal elections? He was referring to the likes of Uhuru Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, Martha Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Rigathi, the beneficiaries of the 2007 stolen election. So you expect him to fall out with William Ruto because you're not listening to him. Because you can't link what his elder brother Oburu has written, or the bloggers, the allies of this world. You don't read those things and connect. They're telling you of the narrative in the run-up to 2027 elections. That narrative is building up, but we're not paying attention. We read our own things in what these people are doing. We ignore because we are too biased. We are too parochial. We are too simplistic. When things happen is when what has happened, but things have been building up. Like the disaster at the AU, people could see that there's guys who are not going to win that election. From the way they conducted them, those who cared to observe them keenly will say they will not win that election. But for some of us, because we listen to them, when they tell us they will win, we think they will win. No, it doesn't work like that. So please.
So Sherlock, yes, as you land, what is the next now? What is next?
What is next for us? Hillary, the next, I don't know, because for me it's about the mind, Hillary. The mind is difficult. It is the mind.
Sherlock, when you're coming and you're saying that you don't know, then
yes.
I think that's where we take it wrong, because these people will just come and lead us, and when we don't know. So who knows?
We don't, because you see, Hillary, if I was talking to people in the countryside, that question will make sense, because they would not have access to the kind of information we do. But for us on this platform, I expect us to have access to information, but I don't see that on display. That on this platform, we can still repose some kind of hope in Raila Odinga. That is shocking. That's extremely shocking. Or we can still hope that Raila Odinga will fall out with William Ruto, and that fallout will liberate Kenya. Are you seeing, Hillary, how that is problematic? And therefore, it's a question of mindset. What do you do to a mind? What do you do? What do you do to a mind?
Question. Yeah, I think what is next is very clear. Actually, this is from generally what will happen, this is what many people and many pundits think, that the political marriage between ODM and UDA was always one of convenience and not conviction. And now, as expected, there will be a very noisy divorce. It will be loud and messy, one, if that will be the case, or and there will be reorganization in the house. That is the $1 million question. ODM, as the largest opposition party, has numbers. If they can consolidate their allies and maybe expect intense maneuvering from Ruto camp, I think the Speaker of the Parliament, what is his name, Wetangula, and they're all on notice, and I think the purge will start now. And I'm sure Ruto will fight with tooth and nail, because all of them want to have the control of the house. If Raila plays smart, he could flip the balance and turn parliament into real battleground against the executive. I think all this has to happen. Plan B, one thing else that could happen, a return of the BBI. Word on the ground is that UDA is considering restructuring the BBS style constitutional amendment just to protect itself, but to offer Raila a deal that he can't refuse. A prime minister position, a classic Kenyan politics. When alliances break, the system bends to accommodate the new power plays. But will Raila take the bait after being played before Ruto? Is he willing to trust Ruto again? All these are the political equations that are coming up, I think, Weston. Thank you.
Okay, William, your hand is up. Then Farah.
Sorry.
Thank you, Hilary. I just want to dive. I want to dive in and say the following: that for anybody to think that when Raila refers to people stealing elections, he's referring more to Kalonzo Musyoka, is referring more to Martha Karua, is referring more to Gachagua than to William Ruto. That is that is burying the head in the sand. That's said and done. I want to underscore the power and the virulence of the social media. Most people have spent much time trying to speculate factors, to speculate and articulate the factors that made Mr. Raila Odinga fall. Remember, when they spent their 10 billion Kenya shillings to campaign for Raila Odinga, we spent our no penny, we spent our no dime to campaign against him. Therefore, the factor of the social media can never be undermined. And any person who thinks that anytime we converge here and converse on matter politics, the future of this nation, that we are wasting our time. The writing is clearly legible on the wall. These people have said clearly that our time, that we use our energy on the social media and don't go to the ground. They've said that the time will come for the election in 2027. That time, they say that they will confront us. We are waiting for them. We have made all indications to them why they need to be worried. Hillary, we are talking at a time when 10 billion Kenya shilling is spent, yet our mothers are giving birth on the streets and roadsides. That is what I saw last happening to the animals, dogs and goats. Now in Kenya, it's happening to a common person. It is happening at the time when the leaders, the governors, are flying 3,000 miles away to go and give birth in the most developed countries. It is pathetic. It is despicable. We must talk about it. We must talk against spending too much money. And when they lose, they are consoling themselves to say, what was it to gain from the chairmanship? After all, that is the consolation they are doing. They are forgetting they've spent our money in the most inappropriate way, and they don't want to be questioned. I want to say the following, that we are the people. We're gonna change this country, and what has happened in Addis Ababa can never be downplayed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, William. And I like that. Thank you for your submission. and that is quite good. Okay, follow each other, guys. It is important to get in touch. Every Sunday we are here as Pressure Point, and we really appreciate everybody on board. I want to give people a mic here who have not spoken, who have not. Okay,
Farah, give it to
Farah, go
Farah.
ahead.
Yeah.
Farah, go ahead, and then
Justice.
justice for all.
Thank you. Am I audible?
You are, bro.
Thank you very much, Hillary. I like to build up on what Weston was talking about when you asked him what next, and he said, "I don't know." This is my opinion on what's supposed to be next. Jana, after Raila was defeated, everybody was happy across the country. Kila mtu. You will not say it's the Kikuyus, you will not say the Somalis, you will not say it's the Jaluos. Everybody was happy. And even somebody, but I won't say somebody. My mother sent me video ya yule jamaa akisema nani hana kwao, ni nani hana kwao. And this is somebody who ningesema kitu yote kuhusu Raila angenitupia hata slippers. So if we've gotten to this point, the reality is the country and everybody is ripe for change. It's time we stop looking at ourselves. Let's stop looking for liberators. And let's stop looking for people who are going to save us, because nobody is coming to. Raila, Ruto, all these Moi orphans, wote, eka wao kwa basket moja, the same way Moses aliekwa kwa River Nile, waeke, waende. We need to stop looking at ourselves as wananchi, because in reality, sisi ndio wenye nchi. There's a Somali saying that says, Dulka dalka wadatka, dulka maha. A country is its people, not its lands. Bila mimi na wewe hakuna Kenya. So it's time we take up our responsibilities to these lands. Ni nini inahitajika kubadilishwa? Ni siasa. Anybody who offers themselves up and has characteristics of a good leader, tunasimama na huyo. They don't need to have a party. They don't need to haitahitaji pesa. Hata akiwa independent, that's the person we're going to vie. This is going to be us against them. Hamna mambo ya sijui nani atafanya nini. Literally, if you look even at how the media was reporting the AUC, they was clearly showing tribalism. Kwa sababu before the elections, they were in the mountain region asking Kinanderutu for their opinion, because they know every Kenyan would have said, hatutaki ashinde. Then after, they go to Kondele, so that it becomes wale wa Kikuyu walikuwa nataka Raila ashindwe, Wajaluo wamehuzunika kuwa ameshindwa. So it becomes a tribal narrative. But in reality, the people of Kondele were not even saddened by Raila. They started singing Ruto must go. So we all have a common enemy across the country, regardless of whether Raila is going to come back or not. To us, tulimwambia Agwambo kaa nyumbani, na sahi amerudishwa nyumbani. There is no difference to us. That's the reality. We need to start taking up responsibility. There are good people who have started offering themselves up for different roles and different positions. Just because he's not popular with you, it's not about you. It's about this country. And you cannot delegate your patriotism. That is something we need to agree upon. You cannot delegate your patriotism to anybody else. It's not Raila's responsibility to fight your battles. And it's not your responsibility to fight the whole country's battles. It's your responsibility to win your part in the relay. Hakikisha tu baton ukipewa, wewe kufia pati yako. Ingine tutakufa nayo. So Hillary, Abdi, Weston, la takhaf, don't lose hope. He, honestly, mali imefika, my boda guy was telling me, hii ni Mungu anatupigania. So Raila and all these other people, kaburi la sahau, and we move on. Thank you, guys.
I like your simplicity. It is not about these people, it's about us. let us fight and let us move on. I thank you so much, Farah. I think that is a good reminder. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
I also see a tweet from the political leadership, and they are trying to give us what is next. This is what DP Kindiki says. I urge Raila to work with Kenya Kwanza. Kindiki says Kenya will develop with unity. Gashagwa also tweets, I want Raila to come and fix Kenyan's issue. And Kalonzo says Ruto to blame Raila for Raila AUC loss. So there is this realignment, and everybody is trying to create and shape the narrative on what is next in the political scene. Thank you. Over to you, Hillary.
thank you so much. I see. Justice for all, then Wanda in that order.
I'll do a very quick one because I think the gentlemen and the ladies that have spoken, I think they have done a phenomenal job to really look into this issue. I don't want to go back into repeating what I'd already shared earlier, but I'll probably give my simplistic answer, Larry, on what I think will happen. I suspect what will happen and what I think should happen. So what next? I will look at it in terms of what I'm thinking is going to happen is that Ruto has, just like another leaders we've had in the past, presidents, as it were, we have the bad manners of creating positions for people. What I think is going to happen, he will find something that looks like big for Mzee to occupy so that it looks like he has really reached the peak that he has been looking to reach, and he will be somewhere else and he will be surprised. All of us will be here fighting and arguing and doing this, but they would have achieved something, allocate funds and have a little stupid budget to it, and they will be comfortable. That's what I suspect will happen. Now, what do I think will should happen as we move forward? What I think, Hillary and Abdi and Rose, what I think needs to happen moving forward, I think there is one thing that Kenya Kwanza needs to fix. We need to go back and look at it. What exactly is our foreign policy? What is exactly is our relationship, genuine relationship with our other brothers and sisters across the continent? Because we cannot continue going like this every year, in year, in out. Because this is really going to be messy. If they have the best interest at the heart, this is the time to assemble the real foreign policy experts. They come to the table and try to reevaluate. Are we really overrating ourselves? Are we putting ourselves as Kenyans on a higher pedestal than we actually really are in terms of the on the continent? How do our people, our neighbors, view us as Kenyans? This needs to be really given to the experts to address this, because, friends, we are not doing well when it comes to foreign policy. It's so shaky that nobody. I remember one guy who writes foreign policy articles, and of course he's held a space. I remember hosting him one time, and he did tell us, and we asked him repeatedly, "What's Kenya's foreign policy?" And he kept saying, "You don't have any." It's like we're so shaky because we can't tell what you're going to do tomorrow. And that is how dangerous this situation is. And that is what has really caused us. To the Gen Z, I'm going to say this I think we've been here, we've talked about our full support for the Gen Z, and we will continue supporting this. But I think it's about time, and Redemptor, you can take this message to the Gen Z. I think you hang out with them more than myself. Let us say the truth. We are more confused than we are being given credit. And I want to repeat that. And this confusion, it is actually going to lead us nowhere. Let me tell you why I'm saying this. I will qualify my points. Please, just give me a minute. Now, the people that never sided with President Ruto, because now we're talking about Raila did, but those who did not, whether it's Eugene, whether it's whatever, you've said, we don't want you. We've talked about even other politicians who want to welcome, even try to ease themselves into your movement. But you said you do not want us. Can you make up your mind Because at this point, when you're talking about that Raila betrayed us, but had he not even done that, you still would have said, we don't want you in our circle. So there is so much mixed message being sent from the movement that is honestly not, in fact, people are going to wear out. And again, I'm sure you have the energy to keep pushing, the Gen Z and the millennials, you have the energy to keep moving. But let me tell you, you cannot do it alone. Remember what happened when you tried to register a political party? You're like, you cannot do it based on age. And those are guidelines. So what I'm asking, with all due respect, is that if time is moving, it's time to really make up your mind. Who do you want to work with? And then we come together and move this forward. But on the continental level and the global stage, I feel very strongly we need to show some level of patriotism. Not because I don't think your messages and your emails to the presidents in Africa were not effective, but I would say let's start relooking at it so that we can concretize our approach, such that now that Raila is home, and even if he sides with Ruto, then what do we do? Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. I think we are on the top of the hour. I have two more things that we need to do. Number one, I'll read a few of your comments. Number two is a solidarity message for Dr. Kise Bisije. We have our friends from Uganda who are here, and I think we have to send a message all together. And that is one thing I was trying to say. I think we stand in solidarity, in unwavering solidarity with Dr. Besige, who is currently on a hunger strike at the Luzira prison, protesting his unjust court-martial charges, I think. His continued persecution is not just an attack on his individual freedom, but a great violation of human rights, the rule of law, and economic principles. Dr. Besige has dedicated his life to the fight for justice, democracy, and the right of Ugandans. His resilience in the face of oppression is a reminder that struggle for freedom is not a crime, but duty of conscience. The use of military courts to try civilians is an accepted practice that must be condemned by all those who believe in justice and due process. Civilians belong in civilians' courts where transparency, fairness, and accountability are upheld. We call for his immediate release, for any charges against him to be addressed in proper legal framework, not through military intimidation. We urge human rights organizations, regional bodies, the international community to take a firm stand against the criminalization of political opposition and demand justice for all political prisoners in Uganda and Kenya. To Besije, we say you are not alone. Your courage inspires millions. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. We stand with you in the pursuit of justice, freedom, and democracy. Over to you, Hillary. And
Thank you so much, Abdi. We are thinking towards the space tomorrow for freeing of Besigye. I think we're going to do it. And there's a lot of requests from Uganda. I'm receiving a lot of requests. I think I'm going to host a space specifically for free Besigye, and we talk about his life and everything. Several two MPs that contacted me, and they want us to host a space for that. So tomorrow, I hope we can do something at the same time, because our time is the same. I'm going to do it from 7 p.m. Kenya time. Thank you so much for reminding us that. And actually, I've been posting a lot of messages today because there's a lot of contacts that will tweet. His health is very bad and he's in jail and everything. Wanda, pick it up from there. And guys, if you can take 2 minutes going that way, we'll be. We have some few requests. Then at the top of the hour, we wind up today. Okay, Wanda, go ahead. Mwalimu Wanda, angalia connection zako. I think ni mbaya sana. Josephine, hukumaliza. Hebu maliza. Najua can you finish what you were saying? Shall I'll give you a mic. Don't worry. Honorable Ken Odero, follow each other so that we can see you all the time. Okay. Go ahead, Wanda Medrop. Josephine, go ahead.
Thank you, Hilary,
In 2
for
minutes.
giving me. So I was just winding up, trying to say that we need to make up our minds and lay down our foundations and our strategies on how to approach the election because one thing I'm looking forward and seeing is that after the ruling of the court, as much as many people would think Laila is going to still continue holding on to Ruto's government, there will be wrangles between the government and the parliament because of who is the majority and who is the minority after the ruling of the court. And also, once the opposition realizes that Azimio had the majority, then they would want to take their positions. That is, they would want even to take the position of the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly. And the things will start boiling all over again. The noise will be coming up again. So we need to prepare ourselves and plan ourselves very well. How are we going to tackle this? And how are we going to front our people and support them religiously? With or without money, we stand with them so that we change the whole narrative come 2027. Thank you so much, fellow Kenyans. And let's keep moving. But we need to always remember to separate our national issues with the international issues. It's very important that we consider that when we are fighting. However, we should not state actually saying the truth and saying this is what's happening to our nation and we don't like it. Thank you so much. I believe on saying the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Najua bado unasimama Mombasa, tutakuita hapo kuja tueleze yale ambayo unapanga. Pika tu mdomo, lakini tunashukuru ya kwamba wewe pia wakati utaingia uongozini utafanya yale ambayo unatuambia, kwa sababu these things we are recording them and we will account. Josephine, this thing we will and going soon, going forward, we'll call all those who want to this election position, and we want to be clear going forward. We will not make a mistake that we did with the false promises. Wanda, go ahead, then Ken.
Thank you so much. I'll be available once you call me.
Okay, go ahead. Wanda, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Looking into the AUC bid, there are a few things that I was able to learn from it, that as a people, we need to be very careful with them going forward. Number one, we are making ourselves a mockery, a shame as a country, looking into the regional organization, the continent, and as well the world in general. The respect that at some point we had, we are losing it. And look into how we are losing it. We are failing to differentiate between the local politics and the international image, and now that image will come back into either addressing the kind of relationship and the geopolitical relationship that as a people we are going to forge. Because if you can imagine that we have some persons within the country celebrating in the name of one of their own lost an election at an international podium, or that is international wise, then it is bad in general. That there is a way you address your local differences, your own in-house differences, and when you go outside the borders. Therefore, as a country, we really need to be very careful, because we keep doing such a thing, then we're going to lose in terms of how the kind of friends that we're going to make, the kind of businesses that we're going to attract in the sense of the FDIs going forward. Number two, when I look into the Raila as a person and those that probably are against the Kenya Kwanza and will wish that come 2027 we have a different regime, that from where I sit, it would have been very easy to do that if I'm told Raila remained at Addis Ababa. But having Raila within the country and looking into the quotas that were so clear, that clearly celebrated, then it's going to form a case of the Raila Ruto team versus the Mount Kenya team. That unless the Mount Kenya team comes out clearly and so smart, then it will be easy for the Raila Ruto team to imagine that they are ganging up against us. So let us come together, then protect what is already in our hands. It's different from what we had in 2007, where this seat was in their hands. This time round, it will be easier for the Ruto Raila team to imagine that they want to snatch what is already in our hands. So let us guard it, let us protect it. And therefore, where I sit, I'll imagine that it is easier, not even Raila to be given any sensitive seat or any active role to play in this government or this regime. But this guy might choose to retire but remain active, control the ODM as a house, make it more relevant, such that if one of their own want to side with the perceived the Mount Kenya team, then such
Wanda network yako mazee. Check your connections. I think it has issues.
political wise, chances are Mzee active in organizing ODM, protect what is already in their hands. In terms of the foreign policy, using it,
Wanda, we are losing you a lot.
Oh, you're losing me. I'm saying that come, you can now hear me, right?
Exactly. Katu hapo sisonga, lakini umesonga tena. Haya. Angalia
Okay.
chombo.
Yeah, let's go to the
Mwenjacho
next speaker.
kintumia. Can go ahead.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me very well?
Yeah, you're okay.
Oh, thank you very much. First of all, by the way, I'm also an aspiring MP for Kibera constituency 2027. So tunaingia kwa ballot pia 2027. Anyway, I first of all love what Hillary you've done, and this is indeed a very, very powerful discussion. My message is just to the Gen Zs, and as we are looking at this political sphere right now, you see, we also, as Gen Zs, we shouldn't be looking at it on the angles of the Kenya Kwanza or the angles of the Azimio or those political parties that have always been there, but we've not yet seen any substantial change. They are all birds of the same feathers. So even when I saw that some youths or people were saying that it's good thing that Raila failed, I cannot also blame them because there was a time that he was needed by the youths to support or to stand with them, but nothing happened. He never said anything, but he used that opportunity to be able to make friends with the person whom we were against at that particular time. So, what I can urge the Gen Zs going forward, we are the ones who have the votes going forward. We need to start holding our local MPs accountable. First of all, we need to start with them, by the way. Before we start saying Ruto must go, we need to start holding our MPs within your constituency accountable. How do you do that? You need to check on what the person had promised and where are we currently. Have you realized that many of these MPs, once they have the seat, they get to now be consolidated and either work for the president and not work for the people who voted them in? So it is time for us to show this current regime that we are not our fathers. We are not gonna be tribal because we definitely hata kunajua hata wengine hata tumesahau hata kuongea lugha zetu. You see, we are tribalists. And what that means is that we only need leaders who want to take our name and name of Kenya up above, in a sense that we can easily get good friends and easily get investors who can come to the country, and we see money circulating very well. So my small message to the Gen Z is this: do not forget who betrayed you. This regime has betrayed us. Gachagua has betrayed us. Raila has betrayed us. Kalonzo, all those people who are there, they've all betrayed us. Let's pray and hope and support any young person who would want to either fight for that same seat. We need a fresh mind. We need a fresh person. See our to shuffle every now and then. We're not going to play our mother's game. Thank you very much, Hilary.
Ken, asante sana, umesema kuja Kibera, lakini ukianza kujiandika honorable, see you are just the same like them, because these are the words that they usually use for us to diminish the people, because these
Yeah.
names honorable and everything, it is just
Yeah.
mushimiwa and everything. I think this is the
Yeah.
mentality that we are. When you go to westernized countries, somebody
Yes.
like, for example, you
Mm.
come to Canada, you talk to Trudeau. It's just
Yes.
Trudeau. We know he's the prime minister. Why
True.
you are
Mm.
still a
Mm.
little this thing? But I hear what you're saying, and we're
Yeah.
supporting that. Let us
Mm.
know, and we support that. That's what the pressure points stand for. But we need
Ndio.
accountability, and we need straightforward, and we need
Ndio.
people who will work for the people, not people work
Yeah.
for them. All
Thank you
right.
very much for
Thank you
that.
so
And thank
much.
you
I wish
also
you
for
well,
that
man.
beautiful advice. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
wish you well. Wish you well, bro.
Okay.
Thank you so
Pamoja.
much.
Cheers.
Ambrose is coming here to champion the disability. Actually, we've been talking, and sometimes we forget our people with disability. And it's very important to know that these people exist. And it is not their fault, but this is how they were created. And we need to speak to them, or we need to speak on behalf of them and to champion about them. I know Alphonse wants to say something. Ambrose wants to say something about that, and also as he give us way forward. Ambrose, go ahead. I see you, Snoopy. I see you, Shirao. Just give me a time. We'll give you a mic.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
you are, bro.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you for the co-host for this panel on state of the nation and the AU Pride and what is next. My name is Director Ambrose Lasoy. I work with the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and I'm also a blind person. And that is why I was complaining down there. My braille has been failing me. The time I'm coming up, it fails and crack down. But fortunately, thank you for being able to join. Now, Hillary, I've been hearing people talking about the AU seat and the failures of Raila Odinga. I want to put things here straight and say that the failures we had yesterday at AU is not Raila's predicament, it is the Kenya's predicament. And I want to remind you shortly on in 2020, when we had also another candidate from Kenya called Amina Mohamed, who was also proposed by Uhuru Kenyatta to represent us in election. And Amina loses the seat to the outgoing judge chairperson. We have failures as a country. And number one, from mobilizing our own neighbors and our own friends. If you remember, Hillary and colleague here, Kenya was not voted in by some of the East African countries. We talk about the countries like Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda. The only country in East Africa which voted for Kenya at that time was South Sudan, where right now the South Sudan is not part of the voters in this yesterday election because it was banned from voting due to some civil wars. We have countries like Nigeria, Niger, Mali, Guinea, Gabon, Burkina Faso, and Sudan, who were friends to Kenya, but now they were not able to vote. So for me, I say it is a very good opportunity for Raila Odinga to have garnered a very highest number of votes, despite some friends who never voted for our country. But this is a lesson to learn. And we also need to think as a country, and I will request our President Ruto to do more friendship on the neighboring countries. Because if your neighbors are not believing in you, there is nowhere you can go. If you see the votes, Yahusam quoted yesterday, in round 1 to round 6, there was only a difference of 5 votes. Whereas you see the countries which did not vote, they were around 5. So it means if Kenya had a very good relationship with these other countries, and if we had built a very good relationship with this other African nation through number one, conflict resolution in terms of peace and security, The only thing that failed Kenya this time is peace and security due to changes and the issues. And somebody was talking and says that the chances wrote a lot of emails to the panel in Ethiopia so that Raila will not be voted. That was not true. Even if you had sent millions of emails to the panel, that was not the reason why Raila Odinga was not voted in. So Kenya should fight in terms of, should convince the member states in AUC about the infrastructure and energy development. That was the main key issues. The candidate was supposed to diplomatically express during their campaigns. The other thing was agricultural development, trade, industry, and development. There was an issue of free visa to Africa. I'm one of the people who have a visa to USA. If you have a visa in USA, you can travel 50 countries without any question. But here in Africa, every country has its own visa. Where if you want to go to Uganda, you need to go to undergo a lot of frisking issues. So those were the things the candidate was supposed to do. We had an issue of disability and youth development. For me, as one of the colleagues with disabilities, I never heard Raila Odinga talking about the approaches on disability inclusion in AUC. If you see the manifesto for Yausa, it touches around 7 points on disability. And if it was me now, if I was voting, I would not have voted for Raila because he has not touched in his manifesto about how the disability inclusion was to be tackled during the SU leadership if he was to be supported. The other thing was migration on labor and employment. Kenyan has 80% of youth who are unemployed and they are graduate. The economic integration on private sector development, diaspora, civil society engagement, and gender equality development. What was the manifesto for Raila Odinga as compared to other candidates in that state? So, as I'm winding up, my good friend Hillary, as much as we are saying there are a lot of details, information that African countries may not undermine the candidates, we need to be honest to ourselves. Our president, for the first time, had a Congress support to this candidate as compared to the future end. If you see Amina Mohammed, there were no more support from the Kenya who supported Amina than Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga got a very solid rock support from Kenyan government. The only problem we have in Kenya is we never identified the problem these other nations are going through. Like here in our neighbors, Tanzania. Today, the president of Tanzania was talking and saying, why I choose to vote for Yausa. And I was listening to her and say, yeah, she's very correct. Why she voted away from our borders, because whatever the vote they were doing was about the interest of the country and not the neighborhood we have. So I wonder why we are fighting and saying, no, Raila has failed. Raila has not failed. The country has failed in identifying the gray areas which they were supposed to compose themselves and convince other countries to vote for them. So for today, thank you so much, Hillary, for giving me an opportunity. Let me end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let us keep on engaging all the time. And actually, Pressure Point is here every Sunday at 7 p.m. Kenya time. But tomorrow we are hosting a space specifically for Uganda. We are talking about Besije. Dr. Tamaro, I see you, Shialo and Snoopy. But Dr. Tamaro, go ahead.
Thank you, Hilary. I've been waiting for the mic for quite a while, but thank you for giving me the chance. First thing, okay, I'm sorry I was late today. I've been moving up and down, but at least I got a chance. Let's talk about the AUC bid. When we talk about the country Kenya itself, I wrote in the comment, it's like a dog, when a dog actually gives birth to puppies and there's anger, it ends up eating its own. So that's what we are doing exactly as Kenyans. We are not supporting our own. Okay, we are supporting our own physically, but actually in other ways that in real words, we are not actually supporting our own. Raila had a big chance of taking the seat home, but because of the way we are not organized in a way. Kenya has been a political powerhouse for Africa, but the way it looks, we are losing it in a lot of ways because we are not organized first, and we keep on blaming each other for long. And the government itself is not supporting its own. I've seen it's not supporting its own for a long time, for quite a while. When I refer back when Omanyala was actually leaving the country to go and run, he's going to represent a country and he's denied a visa to travel and he was late. But he did our best. So we are not supporting our own. And that actually shows how disorganized we are as a country, from the top leaders down to the bottom part. If we want to go far as a country, then we have to be ready, support our own, and we do house cleaning. For those people who are actually trying to pull us back, we do the house cleaning thing. The gents, we tried it, we were doing the house cleaning, we were faced with a lot of challenges, but we didn't stop there. We're still doing check on internet, which is very okay. But most of the time, you realize that we're doing check, and there's some other people who are trying to pull us behind, which actually is deteriorating our morale on moving forward. But we are not saying that we are going to stop there. So the first thing, the most thing that you can do is just let's keep those people who are not active on check all the time, so that they know that the country that we're living in is not a country that we're supposed to be lazy. We're supposed to support our own. It reminds me of something my dad used to tell me. When you have issues in your family, you don't, when one of your family member actually is a bad person, you don't just go out there telling people and abusing him or her in public, so that other people should see how bad that person is. We solve our issues here. And but we are actually displaying our nakedness to the world out there, and people are learning so bad things about us from the president and other people, very senior people in the government, and that only can make our country not be respected. We are losing the respect that we've ever had all the time. But Hillary, because I think time is not too good. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow at the same time with the when in the space. But I want to tell the Kenyans and that let's check each other, and let's always try to correct ourselves, but in our country. But out there, if someone or one of us want to go and rise and represent our country, let's support that person. The support that we give that person is enough. Thank you, Hillary.
I hear you. I hear you. Actually, when we go outside there, it represent the country and it represent the Kenyan flag. And when the Kenyan flag is high, all of us get that credit. So when somebody goes outside there, let us support it as a Kenyan. But when come home, when somebody is doing wrong, we are here to speak about that. Well, Shielo, I think you want to give your last submission, and Snoopy, and in that order, Abdi. I think all of us then we'll wrap it up. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Shielo, guy.
Thanks, Hillary. Hillary, my final submission is that yes, we are an important country, but we are not a powerful country. We are not a consequential country. In fact, this status we have had as the anchor state in the East African and the Horn of Africa, whenever it's put to test, we are found wanting. Because, Hillary, we have got mediocre politicians. And when you have got people in powerful positions in a country who are mediocre and have no vision, then they institutionalize mediocrity. And that's what you're seeing on display. I hear that we're losing respect. Hillary, we have never had respect, because look at even the regional projects that were conceived as regional. SGR was meant to be a regional project. It was not meant to be a Kenyan project. It was meant to go to Eastern Congo, all the way to Rwanda. But Rwanda pulled out, Uganda pulled out. Why? Because the cost within the Kenyan section was exponentially high, and they couldn't be party to that. They could not. They refused. Suddenly, land where this project was supposed to go, like, went up 100-fold and what have you. The usual thievery that characterizes our body politic. They said, no, you can go ahead. The Ugandan government wanted to construct a pipeline from their oil fields in western Uganda. That railway line was supposed to pass through Kenya, which is a shorter route, less expensive. But it eventually passed through Tanzania to Tanga, longer route. But for some reason, it's cheaper than passing through Kenya. And also the volatility of the Kenyan politics. Ugandan couldn't agree to have such a strategic project as far as the economy is concerned, passing through a country whose politics is mercurial. So it's no wonder even Museveni didn't pitch at Addis. It did not, because they don't take us seriously. They know our politics is so mediocre. So I think if we have to learn something from this Addis disaster, is that we have to do an appraisal of ourselves and come to the realization that we tend to exaggerate our importance and significance. And we take a realistic view of our standing and build on that and learn to earn respect. Raila Odinga, for instance, I'm glad, Abdi, you've read that statement. He's been in the trenches with Kiza Besigye for the longest time. They've been in the trenches. He's abandoned him. He said no word about Kiza. Why? Because he was expecting a vote from Yoweri Museveni, who didn't even pitch in Addis, who didn't even show up. Yes, he couldn't speak about the Kiza Besigye incarceration because he feared losing support from Uganda. But Yoweri didn't even pitch. He went to take care of his cattle in his kraal in western Uganda. You can see how not conducting your politics on the basis of principles can be so self-defeating and mediocre. We must learn from that. Hillary, politicians make rational choices, just like all of us. If you make this decision, what are the gains? What are the likely costs? Human beings will behave like that. Politicians do that. So when Raila comes from Addis, his political choices going forward will be rational. If he goes to where Kalonzo is and Rigathi, they will not make him the presidential candidate. They won't. They will want him to support one of them. He's not prepared to do that because he's been making kings and he doesn't gain anything. So he can't go there. They won't make him presidential candidate, and he's not likely to endorse one of them to run against William Ruto. Can he run on his own? What are his chances? He'll fare badly if he ran solo. So what option is he left with? The option he's left with is to continue enjoying the trappings of power without actually exercising it the way he's doing now. And the only option he has is to endorse William Ruto for a second term. That is a rational choice for me.
Chilao, that is I think the option everyone here, even you,
Yes.
if you have something to enjoy, you'll do that. So what is our take on that? Because we know that they have Kenya politics has been, or African politics, is that we have to combine the force for us to win, you know.
Our take on that,
as young people, as Gen Zs, what we need to have a force ourselves so that these people are sitting down, we need to sit down also.
No, Hillary, we will have to be iconoclastic, that we are prepared to do something that has never been done before. And that will mean we do away with the binaries. The media likes binaries in Kenya. This two-horse race nonsense, you can see they're building it. That publicity they're giving they're building a two-horse race nonsense. So that at the end of the day, you are given two presidential candidates, one fronted by that camp of Kalonzo Rigathi and another by William Ruto and his camp. We don't want that. And we will have to do something that has not been done before, that we will go for a fringe candidate. That is it. That's how revolutionary we are supposed to be. But if we entertain any notion that either of these camps can neutralize the other, Well, the memo is that the incumbent will prevail. That's the bad news. So we will have to do away with both camps and go for a fringe candidate.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you so much. So tomorrow we are here for BCJ. Don't miss, man. I hear you have a lot of insights of the same. That's a great thing. Okay. Snoopy Kenya.
Sorry, hi. So there is a person who talked about how unpatriotic the youth is by sending emails, by contacting other heads of state and things like that. And I wanted to remind us back into the 5 years that Ruto spent campaigning and how many interviews he had cascading the current government and speaking freely into what he saw as the wrongs. And then we delve into him awakening the hustler, aka the youth, and giving them power to speak. And then he couldn't actualize the promises that he gave to them. And what did the youth do? They went to the street. And they went without weapons, without anything to harm anybody. They carried their, flags and their water bottles. And then how did he react? He reacted by killing them and abducting them. And what did they gravitate to? The only thing they could. They took digital activism to the next level. So I think we should move away from cascading people who are just really, really desperate for change into telling them that they're not patriotic and they're not helping Kenya and that we should be speaking into things, inward and thinking really what caused them to be or to react the way they are. Because we're really not looking at the key things that led us here. Why would these children or young people be emailing others for help? What have we done to bring people to these levels of desperation? And what are we doing to bring us back to a place of healing and reconciliation? Or do we want to participate into this is wrong and shouldn't be done? And yet we're not providing solutions to 60% of our population. It's not reality. It's not how things work. So we either have a decision-making table where we're aligning into why these people are reacting this way and what are the solutions that can lead us to not do that, to not outwardly support other candidates against our own. Because I don't think that they're doing it just for fun or just out of spite. It's out of desperation and it's out of failed promises. Who's done that? The very person that awoken them, the very person that gave them hope and then yanked it away from them. That's the first thing. The second thing is another person talked about this tribal narrative, and we hear it every campaign season. We're used to it. But one thing that kind of confuses, because I would think that the people attending these spaces sort of have an outlook that is much, we're driving ourselves with an ability to critically think through things. So when I hear someone talking about leveraging a video of people in Central Province celebrating, while there was videos in I-10 or I-10 celebrating, there was videos in Kondole in Kisumu celebrating or saying Ruto must go. And we're not. And it's not just this person, really. It is the narrative that has taken over. We are focused that every place that you look, you will be told about a video of Kikuyus in Nyeri singing and praising the failure of Raila. There were many others, but they're not being highlighted or leveraged because there's a continuum of a narrative that's being built. We cannot stop that narrative. I think what is our responsibility is how do we avoid ourselves getting into those trappings? Because if we do get into those trappings, then how are we better? I yield.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah,
You
I
said
just
that
want to add to
Ronyo,
what.
Redemptor, and then Dr. Milton. But add what you want to add. Yeah.
Yeah. Before we go to the closing remarks for Milton, Redemptor, and Ronya. Yeah, I think one thing that is clear is we stand at a critical crossroad, and so does Raila Odinga. I will say that even though his legacy was cemented, but his political relevance now depends on how he navigates the tides, the changing tides. I think the days of unquestioned loyalty are over, and the Gen Z revolution has disrupted the political calculation. For Raila, the way forward is not just about personal ambition, but it's about his place in the Kenyan evolving democracy? Will he be a statesman who shepherd the next generation into leadership, or will he attempt another political gamble that risks further alienation? The people have moved. The old order is crumbling. The demand is fresh for untainted leadership. What happened next is up to him, but more important is up to the people. Kenya must move beyond personalities, focus on, I think, on institution, governance, and true political reforms. If Raila chooses to be part of that transition, he must show it with action, not rhetoric. It doesn't, I would say it doesn't, if he doesn't, the people will move forward also without him. I think that is what has been coming out from this conversation. Over to you, Dr. Milton, for your closing statement, and then Ronyo, and then Redemptor. Thank you. Dr. Milton?
Maybe he's away from the mic. Ronyo, go ahead. Then
Ronyo, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Abdi. I really appreciate it. I've been listening to everybody who has been speaking, and everyone is really saying a lot of good things. And I want to disagree and agree with everybody who says that, disagree with those who are saying that the voices of people or the contribution of those people who have been voicing out, and the people who have been patriotic enough to take their time to write and also advocate for good governance, because the issue that we are trying to bring right now is that we are trying to kill this thing of kingmanship, because you look at change will not come. It might not come today, it might not come tomorrow, but I love what the country, or how the trajectory that we are taking as a country. We were not here last year or the year before, but the way we are going forward, you look at us right now spending hours and hours together for us to discuss good governance. No one is paying us to be here, and no one is paying Hillary to even come up with to hold this space, or even Abdi, or even Redemptor, Dr. Milton. All of us here, we are here because we want good governance. We want a country that works. We want systems, and we want institution that works. And I believe the people who are coming and saying we are going to, we are like Josephine and the others who are saying, okay, we are going for political positions. We are going for this seat and the other. Most of them, they will go in those places, and we're praying that they get, but they will go there knowing that people are watching every step they're taking. And even as Hillary was telling Josephine, next time you'll come here and explain why you want to be the governor of Mombasa. So the people who are going next, in the next election that is coming, the people who are going to be elected, they are going to know that we are going in to serve people, but not to serve a personal interest. And the from since June, and even you hear Ruto says there is a new era, there is a new dawn that the country is taking. It is no longer business as usual, because we cannot be sitting down while people are taking 10 and above billions just to spend for one position, for somebody to secure one position. We cannot be sitting down when. Yes,
go ahead, try to learn. Thank you.
Oh, okay, just 30 seconds. We cannot just be sitting down when someone tells us you are spending 104 billion to buy a system that is not working. We cannot be sitting down when the university funding model is not working. So it is upon us to take our country back. It is upon us to set things right. So thank you so much, Hillary and Abdi, and everybody who has spoken, and I really appreciate, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Ronyo. We are doing our 2 minutes closing remark. Redemptor, over to you. Okay.
Redemptor, go ahead. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So thank you very much for everyone who has contributed. Sometimes I think Western is very stern. It's I don't know if it's a tone or just the aggression of, because we are here to have a conversation about the mistakes we keep making. And I want to start by saying that I think it's Justice for All who's told us about patriotism and emailing. And that is a disease of someone who was socialized to say vyombo za wageni. You can't make noise because wageni wako around. I cannot fathom how patriotism is applied when people are doing everything to stay alive in terms of abduction. So that notion that being patriotic or crying baby or even it didn't affect AU, it did affect AU. People are watching us. Basinjo, even as we stand in solidarity, we must remember, was abducted from Kenya. The lady from Tanzania, Maria, was about to be abducted if Kenyans of goodwill had not stopped it. And I'll finish by saying anybody who is above 50, I'll just do a very quick math. If you started supporting Raila in 92, then that's 33 years. If you voted for him 97, that's 28 years. 208 is a lull because he supported Kibaki. If you supported him from 207, that's 18 years. And these are people who are struggling to throw mud at Raila. And I did have a space and I had this conversation and I said, women grieve their fertility. What do men grieve? Because an 80-year-old, a 90-year-old man can still procreate. Men grieve when they lose the power of dominance. And that is what is going on. When you hear the media, when you hear the people of my generation going back to the old narratives of how political alliances are made, it's because they do not know any other conversation because they've done it. My last submission then is this Gen Z method. There's a method in the mess. And somebody has told me I hang out with them. I have been hanging out with Gen Zs from July mostly. And I used to stay up until 2 a.m. talking or listening to them. And they would kick me out of their spaces until I realized I was going to do those conversations like I do parenting. When they are down, I come down. When they are too high for me to manage, I walk away. When they want to be left alone to figure it out, I leave them alone. And the assumptions we are making when people come and saying there's no method, there's no movement, is the assumption that you were there when they made a movement that shook this nation politically. I have asked them and they said, we will tremor again. There will be an earth moving movement that you will not see coming. And I have faith in that. And so I don't bother myself asking them, how are you going to do it? We have to realize there's a trust deficit, even in terms of having conversations online about what's going to happen. What I do is celebrate them because they did something that is heroism in their generation. And I have grace for those who cannot let go, talking about Baba with adoration, because if you supported him for 33 years, if you're 50, it means you started when you were in your 20s and you don't know anything else but supporting Baba. And he gave us the impression he was going to take us to Canaan, only for him to end up in his own Canaan. And I wish him well because we are talking about this and the state of the nation. I will be here to monitor the conversation. I will be here to pinpoint the narratives. And the current narrative is it's business as usual. It will never be business as usual. Since the Gen Zs took their right, their constitutional right to protest, and you killed them. Those who remained are speaking for the ones who went before them. We have to honor that. We have to applaud that. And sometimes with a lot of tears when we remember how we continue to be treated when we speak up, those who support them, because we are here sometimes I'm here in the role of just a mother, an activist, a writer, but a Kenyan. And I think speaking up against injustices in Kenya is the greatest patriotism one can ever exercise. Alusha, continue.
Thank you, Redemptor. Over to you, Dr. Milton, for your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to try and be very brief. I think listening to everybody here tonight and reading the mood in the country, I just want to remind us that the most important urgent business we have is that we must be able to maintain our eyes on the ball. And I want to pick somebody who said that, yes, we are an important country, but we are not powerful. And I think that is very true, which is it exemplifies, it talks about the problem that we have as a country. And the problem is governance. We have made a joke of ourselves because we have corruption, abductions, extrajudicial killings, education is not working, healthcare is a mess. And at the end of the day, if we want to be relevant, if we want to rekindle and reestablish our position among the international community of nations, the most urgent business right now we have is to fix our governance. And fixing our governance means that we allow people of goodwill, people who mean well, to sort out our governance from the MCA all the way to State House. And I want to emphasize as I land that let us not be delusional about this blackmail by the political class that holding an elective positions has a security of tenure. There is no security of tenure in any political office, and those people can be removed anytime the people feel that they are not serving their interests. And there would be no better time to deal with that issue of sorting our governance and sending a strong message that in Kenya you cannot be telling us about 2027 when you are not doing that which we expect you to do. The Constitution is our supreme document. It is our guiding document. It is the people's social contract. And whether Raila Odinga wins AUC or not, what we are saying is that as he comes back home, we expect that he would stand for and do the right thing. We expect that every Kenyan of goodwill will demand governance, good governance, better service delivery for the people, and respect for the rule of law and constitutionalism. That is the urgent business that we have, and that is what I am leaving us with here tonight, that it does not matter what happens. What matters and what is most urgent is for us to fix our governance by making sure that those who are given the privilege to lead are doing the right thing. And if they're not doing the right thing, then the people have the right and the power to remove them, regardless of what time of the day in the political term that is. That is my clarion call to Gen Zs, that a luta continua, viva, and Ruto must go. We can't afford to wait for 2027. It is a day too far away. Thank you. May God bless you, and see you tomorrow as we hold the space in honor of Dr. Kiza Besige. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Melton. Thank you always for your presentation. As we come to the end of this insightful discussion, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank our speakers and guests for sharing their knowledge, analysis, and perspective on Kenya's current state of affairs. Your insight has not only shed light on the challenges we face, but it has also sparked a critical conversation about the way forward. To everyone who tuned in, contributed, engaged in this space, your voice matter. The discussion we have here are not just talks, they are foundation for action, awareness, and accountability. Kenya is at a defining moment, as we always say. It is through such a dialogue that we shape the narrative and push for a real change. The work does not end here. Let's talk we have discussed today, continue engaging, organizing, demanding a leadership our country deserves. I think the future of Kenya is in our hands, and it's up to those of us to ensure that one of justice, integrity, and progress. Once again, thank you for all you being part of this space. Stay engaged, stay informed, stay committed to the cause. Until next time, take care. Let's keep having this conversation. Good day, good night. Santeni Sana, God bless you. Hillary, over to you as we go to shovels. I know you're going to shovels. Snow it's now
It's
going to
crazy,
30
it's crazy,
centimeters.
it's crazy Abdi. Lakini nashukuru sana Wakenya wote na wageni wote ambao wamehudhuria mkutano wetu wa siku ya leo. Mungu aweze kubariki na wajalie mahali popote mlipo. Kesho tuko hapa kwa ajili ya mwenzetu ambaye ni jirani yetu Ugandan guy Besije himself. They have requested we host a space for on their behalf. Tutafanya hivyo kesho. Sisi wa Kenya, the way Abdi have said, good governance, good leadership current issues, affairs, way forward. These are very key factors that we stand for. As pressure point team, we are very much focused. And no matter what is happening, every Sunday, as usual, we're here 7 p.m. to the time that we finish our conversation. Let us keep it alive. During the week, do whatever you can do. Reach down to our friends down there that cannot join us in this wall. But let us this conversation go ahead. And what we are fighting for is for change and to stand for change. And the change cannot come if you sit back. But let us sit forward and let us move it ahead. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. And may God bless you. And see you again tomorrow, same time, same place, at the same hour. God bless you all. Have a wonderful night, a wonderful evening, a wonderful morning.